Chapter 1083. You might not be able to pay the price of touching this planet. 10 minutes are up. The cold, emotionless voice rang out again. Since you're unwilling to hand over Wang Teng's family, you shall be destroyed. The people in Donghai were the first to hear him. Then, the rest of the world heard it through the live broadcast. Despair welled up in the listeners' hearts. The battlecraft in the air spread out and flew to the other continents. Some even started gathering energy. The glaring energy beam shot out under everyone's gaze, heading straight for Donghai. Boom, boom, boom. The force attacks from the battlecraft landed in the air above the city. At that moment, a light shield appeared around the city like an upside-down big bowl, protecting it from the incoming assault. The frightening attacks were blocked outside. This was the defense shield Wang Ting left behind. Even though the attacks didn't land in the city, many people fell to the ground in fright. The ladies and children started wailing as they stared at the battlecraft. Countless people ran back and forth in the city. The attack not only struck the shield but also broke the psychological line of defense in the people's hearts. The piercing and loud alert rang throughout the city. Everyone felt that the world was ending. Hopelessness and despair filled up the atmosphere in the city. Quick, enter the underground shelters. Don't panic. Line up and enter one by one. Don't push. You might cause others to fall and step on them. The military martial warriors tried their best to maintain order, but the scene was still chaotic. Once everyone's fear was amplified, it was hard to push it down again. Cloet, who was in the huge battle fortress battlecraft, frowned. Someone carved a powerful defense shield around the city, Manka exclaimed in surprise. Continue the attack. This is just an array from a remote planet. It can't stop us, Cloet said coldly. Yes. A 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior bowed. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, multiple force attacks were fired from the battlecraft and landed on the defense shield. The light shield formed started to tremble violently. Light waves were seen, and soon, small cracks appeared on the surface. This was just the second round of attack, but the defense shield was already at its maximum potential. Oh shit! The array is collapsing. The leader of martial arts and the others squinted. Their expressions turned ugly. Hardy furrowed his brows and got up. All right, let me meet them. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot in a flash. The people around him didn't know when he left. They felt hopeful when they saw his ability. Let's hope he can stop them. The heads of the nations were agitated. Shall we prepare to activate the space shift array Mr. Wang Ting left behind? The head of the White Eagle Nation asked suddenly. The expressions on their faces changed. If they activated the space shift array, it meant giving up on the solar system and heading to an unknown planetary sector. They would be roaming aimlessly in the universe. They didn't want to use this method unless they had no better choice. Now, we should start making preparations. The leader of martial arts sighed. But even if we use it, we need to lure the aliens out of the planet first. The other leaders nodded. This made sense. The activation and operation of the space shift array weren't easy. Forcing their enemies out of the planet was already a difficult step. Fortunately, they had made the relevant predictions and plans in the past. The aliens wouldn't stay in the universe obediently. They would enter Earth. Were they going to shift the aliens together with the planet? Wouldn't that be stupid? Let's follow Plan A first. If it fails, we will activate Plan B. We'll need the Wang family to cooperate with us. The leader of martial arts hesitated before telling Plan B. Well, naturally cooperate. Grandpa Wang nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Wang Shenghua and the others were in a dilemma. The Wang family would be used as bait for Plan B to lure the aliens into the universe. Of course, not all the Wang family needed to go. Only some of them were required. This would definitely be dangerous, so Grandpa Wang offered himself up. He had lived long enough and didn't want to send the younger generations off. Dad, let me go instead, Wang Shenghua said. Li Zumei's face turned pale, but she didn't say anything. She only grabbed his hand tightly. No, let me do it. You're Wang Teng's father, you can't go, Wang Shenghong said hurriedly. Wang Shenghong's wife was shocked and wanted to persuade him, but Wang Shenghong glared at her, making her swallow her words. There's no need to discuss anymore. I'll do it, Grandpa Wang said calmly and firmly as the head of the family. But Wang Shenghua wanted to speak, but he got interrupted. No more buts. I've lived long enough and probably don't have many years left in this world. Are y'all planning to let me die with regret if I let you go? Grandpa Wang shouted. Father. Wang Shenghua and his brothers had nothing to say. The leader of martial arts felt his heart sinking when he saw this scene. If he had other choices, he didn't want to sacrifice the Wang family. Wang Ting would never forgive him if anything happened to the Wang family. But he didn't have a choice. At this stage, this was the best decision. A small sacrifice could save the entire human race on Earth. He would make this decision even if he knew Wang Teng would hate him. Boom. At this moment, the Global Union building started shaking violently. Fine dust fell down from the ceiling. The shield is broken. Everyone was appalled. They hurriedly stared at the screen in front of them. The images outside were being displayed on it. When Hardy went out, the alien invaders launched another round of attack. A large hole had been blasted on the defense shield. Cracks started stretching out from the hole like spiderwebs. The alien invaders started gathering energy once again. They wanted to flatten Donghai once the shield was out of the picture. Their intention to destroy Earth was real. The leader of martial arts turned grim. No one could sit still anymore. All of them rushed out hurriedly. The people in Donghai were flabbergasted. They stared at the mouth of the energy cannon directed at them as if it was a sharp butcher's blade hovering above their heads. It was about to swing down and take their lives away. Despair, fear, shock. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above Donghai. He was wrapped in a grey cloak, so his appearance couldn't be seen. He stood in front of the gigantic universe battlecraft alone, right before the force attack that was about to be fired. Boom, boom, boom. The battlecraft finished gathering energy. Beams of force attacks shot out. Boom. Hardy made his move. He stretched out his hand, and an indescribable blade glow slashed out at an incredible speed. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. The blinding light formed from the force collision made it impossible for people to open their eyes. It was like a small sun hanging in the sky. The terrifying force impact swept through the air. After some time, the shockwaves finally subsided. The force attack from the enemy's battlecraft had been blocked. We're safe. Everyone stared absent-mindedly at this scene. Their minds hadn't processed what happened. Gasp. Hes powerful. The leader of martial arts and the others finally arrived. They gasped in shock and stared in astonishment at the figure in grey standing erect in the air. He was just Wang Teng's slave, but he already possessed such a terrifying ability. Is this the Cosmos stage? Commander Hong muttered to himself in disbelief. He was one of the 7 martial warriors on Earth who advanced to the planetary stage. But when he saw Hardy's power, he felt extremely weak. Commander Yong, Commander Long, and many others had the same expression. It wasn't because they had a weak mentality. The scene put them in awe, and they couldn't control their emotions. Leader, commanders. Dan Taixian, Yi Jisin, and some others rushed over. They had reached the peak of the 13-star general stage and converted a part of their force into constellation force. They weren't far from achieving a breakthrough. Country Shia had 7 planetary stage martial warriors. Besides the leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders, the other 3 were Old Han from the Huanghai University, Old Principal Yu Xiuxian from the First University, and the Old Principal from Jinlin University. These people were currently all in Donghai. They rushed over from the military and met up with the leader of martial arts. They had seen Hardy's attack and were flabbergasted. No one could remain composed. Chloet's expression changed slightly. There's a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Why is there a Cosmos stage martial warrior on this planet? Manka, Qing Lun, the man with golden hair, Alston, and Claude from the Black Scale race were all Cosmos stage martial warriors. They gathered together and looked at the grey figure on the screen with a frown. Interesting, there's a Cosmos stage martial warrior on this planet. Alston chuckled softly. Let me meet him. Manka was getting restless. He walked to the cabin door after he finished speaking. Okay, let's see how powerful this Cosmostage martial warrior is and check if there are other Cosmostage presences on this planet. If there are, things will be a little troublesome, Chloe said. Swoosh. Manka flew out from the battlecraft and appeared in front of Hardy. Crossing his arms, he stared at this man in grey from afar. In front of the lofty and muscular Manka, Hardy seemed a little weak. You're not from this planet, right? Manka sized up Hardy, but he couldn't tell which race he was from. Hence, he decided to find out more information first before acting. Attack if you want to. Why waste more time? Hardy replied in his hoarse voice using common universal language. Manka squinted. If you're not from this planet, you should leave. Even a Cosmostage martial warrior will have to pay a huge price if you want to meddle in this affair. You're the ones that should leave. Hardy sniggered contemptuously. I'm afraid you might not be able to pay the price of touching this planet. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1084 The Power of the Shadow Assassin Clan. 1. Hardy's voice wasn't loud, but it landed clearly in the ears of the martial warriors from the Olant Federation. Manka's expression changed. The other martial warriors also turned grave. There was a moment of hesitation. They were afraid at the start, but the appearance of a Heavenstage martial warrior allowed them to have the confidence to attack this planet. However, the Cosmostage martial warrior's tone was too contemptuous. This meant that he had confidence in his words. The fear in their hearts rose again. Did that brat manage to inherit the Baron title from the Great Chen Empire? If not, why would there be a Cosmostage martial warrior here? Alston asked with a gloomy face. Impossible. The Great Chen Empire is a high-tier civilization. He's just a nobody without any background. How can he inherit the title? What right does he have? Chloe asked with a black face. His gaze turned sharp. Don't think too much. Let Manka test him first. Qinglun glanced at him and replied calmly. She seemed to think that his reaction was a little huge. Outside, Manka was standing opposite Hardy, whose face couldn't be seen. The atmosphere tensed up. Manka hesitated for a second before scoffing. You sure sound confident. Our Olant Federation is a low-tier civilization and you're just a Cosmostage martial warrior. What right do you have to look down on us? The Olant Federation? Hardy's tone remained unchanged. He snorted and continued, if you don't believe me, you can try. His scornful tone angered Manka. He sneered and roared in anger. All right, let me see what right you have to belittle us. Boom. He turned into a beam of blood-red light as he dashed toward Hardy at the speed of lightning. He even created a sonic boom. The symbol on Manka's body started giving off a crimson glow. A thick stench of blood boiled inside him, strengthening his physical body, while a hideous giant axe appeared in his hands. He flung it at Hardy. A special blood-red force congregated on the axe. Boom. Along with an eruption, force swept through the surroundings. Manka's expression changed slightly. He felt his axe land in the air. It didn't hit anything. How is that possible? He was astounded and retreated immediately. Be careful. Shouts were heard within the battlecraft. Boom. A strange blade glow shot out behind Manka. It slashed right onto his back. Manka knew that something was amiss when he heard the sound behind him. However, he didn't have the time to evade it. He felt excruciating pain in his back. His entire body almost got torn apart, and he was thrown off his feet due to the powerful force. 100 meters away, Manka stabilized himself. He was in a bad state. Fresh blood stained his entire body, and there was a huge wound on his back. It looked gruesome and terrifying. He wiped the blood at the edge of his mouth. His face was pale, and he had lingering fears. If he hadn't released all his force in time to block the attack, he would have been chopped into two. How could he be so powerful? The leader of martial arts and the others were overjoyed. The martial warrior Wang Tingcent was extremely powerful. He was able to seriously injure an alien invader in a single strike. This was unbelievable. Mind you, the other party was a Cosmos Stage martial warrior too. He wasn't a weakling. However, he couldn't block an attack from his opponent. This is good. The aliens should be a little fearful now. Commander Yong heaved a sigh of relief. Don't put down your guard. The alien invaders win in numbers, the leader of martial arts said. Before the other could feel happy, they started frowning again. Is this all you have? As expected of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization. Hardy's figure appeared some distance away. The person behind the grey cloak seemed exceptionally relaxed and casual. However, his response made Manka feel humiliated. His race was one of the most powerful races in the Olant Federation. He rarely had any opponents. Yet, someone taught him a lesson today. He didn't have any chances of resisting this Cosmos Stage martial warrior from who knew where. One attack and he was grievously injured. He nearly lost his life. Who are you? Manka's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Hardy. I'm just someone working for others, Hardy said calmly. He wouldn't say that he was a slave. He decided to put on an act. Manka squinted. Indeed, this Cosmos Stage martial warrior wasn't from this planet. He was following someone's order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cloet, Alston, Ching Lun, and the others flew out from the battlecraft. Hardy's power had given them a shock. They had to make an appearance. Manka alone wasn't enough to stop the other party. Manka, are you all right? Alston asked. Phut. Manka spat a mouth of blood. I won't die. Ching Lun kept quiet and waved her hands. Numerous droplets of light landed on Manka's wound, which started healing at a visible speed. Ching Lun's treatment skill was much better than Biluo and Alace. Although the injury couldn't heal immediately, she was able to lessen its severity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1085 The Power of the Shadow Assassin Clan, 2, Thank you. Manka thanked Ching Lun gratefully. You can thank me later. Let's deal with this person first. Ching Lun waved her hand and said calmly. Your light force treatment is not bad. Hardy looked at Ching Lun in surprise. Do you plan to be our enemy? Cloet asked. I'm just following orders. Hardy glanced at the 8 Cosmos Stage martial warriors in front of him, getting a little more serious. Following orders? Whose orders? Cloet asked. He felt his heart pounding in his chest. I think you know the answer. Why are you still asking me? Hardy replied while looking at him mockingly. Wang Ting. Cloet blurted out the name. He lost his last ounce of hope. What he was afraid of still happened in the end. Manka, Ching Lun, and the others were stunned too. They exchanged glances with one another. I suggest that you all should leave, Hardy glanced at them and said calmly. Cloet and the others appeared a little hesitant. However, the next moment, their expressions changed, and their gazes turned cold and sinister. Kill them. All their doubts disappeared. The martial warriors attacked simultaneously. Ruthless killing intent surged out of their bodies as they charged toward Hardy. Hardy's expression changed slightly. Then, he disappeared. Be careful. His footwork is a little strange, Manka reminded them. Everyone knew this, so they remained vigilant. They saw what happened clearly when they were in the battlecraft. The enemy vanished and then appeared behind Manka without any warning. Even as bystanders, they couldn't catch Hardy's figure. This proved how strange and scary his footwork was. W.O. boom. A blade glow slashed out, aimed at Ching Lun. Ching Lun furrowed her brows. A sharp white glow erupted from the sword in her hand. The other martial warriors reacted and flew towards the spot where the bald glow appeared. Unfortunately, Hardy had already vanished. Boom, boom, boom. The blade glows raged in the air, cutting through space and dashing out of nowhere. It was impossible to predict their paths of attack. The 8 Cosmos Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation were in a state of panic as they tried to block the attacks. They couldn't find Hardy's real location. Many of them were already injured. If they didn't win in numbers, they would have been killed. Boom. 3 Cosmos Stage martial warriors were thrown back. More blade marks appeared on their bodies. They were in a bad mood. "This fellow is too strong," Cloet panted heavily and said in a grave tone. "He has space talent." "It's not footwork," Alston exclaimed in shock. "Space talent? How can a Cosmos Stage martial warrior have such a strong grasp of space power?" Everyone was flabbergasted. He might be from a powerful race in the universe. This person hides behind his grey cloak and doesn't reveal his appearance. "I think he's trying to hide his identity," Cloet said. "Damn it, why will he be willing to work for others?" Alston said with an ugly expression. "What should we do now? Damn it, this is a sly fellow. He won't fight with us head-on," Manka shouted in frustration. He wanted to take revenge for that blade attack, only to realize that he was thinking too much. He had no hope at all. "Come out if you dare, you bastard. Why are you hiding?" Manka shouted. Boom. Hardy didn't reply to him with words. Instead, he was welcomed with an emotionless blade glow. F***K. Manka dodged frantically. He felt so exasperated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed uncontrollably. "Idiot!" Cloet snorted. "You." Manka was furious. "Enough. Let's not waste any time. Let's choose one person to catch the Wang family while we stop this Cosmos Stage martial warrior," Alston suggested. "I'll go." Cloet blinked and retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, many figures dashed out from the battlecraft above them. There were both planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors, their numbers reaching hundreds. These people followed Cloet and soared into the city, looking for signs of the Wang family to capture them. "How dare you!" Hardy was enraged. He bellowed and released his blade glow, aiming it at Cloet and the others. He wanted to stop them. "Ha ha ha, you've finally appeared." Alston laughed. The 7 Cosmos Stage martial warriors stopped 1 Cosmos Stage martial warrior forcefully. Cloet took the chance to dash down. Boom, boom, boom. They didn't know where the Wang family was hiding, so Cloet attacked wherever he saw. The buildings around him were all destroyed like pieces of tofu. In front of planetary stage, celestial stage, and Cosmos Stage martial warriors, these buildings were nothing. Soon, he noticed the Global Union building in the middle of Donghai as well as the QYE-63 spacecraft parked in the plaza. Cloet was extremely familiar with this spacecraft. Wang Ting had taken it to escape to the Great Qian Empire. He chased the Cosmos-level spacecraft all the way, wanting to snatch it from Wang Ting. In the end, he failed. Until today, he still regretted being too greedy and coveting the Cosmos-level spacecraft. If not, he would have stopped Wang Ting a long time ago, and he wouldn't be able to escape to the Great Qian Empire. That way, all these things wouldn't have happened. Things would have ended right at the start. Unfortunately, there was no turning back time. He just hoped that he could find the Wang family quickly so that when Wang Ting returned, they would be able to control him. The Baron of a high-tier civilization had a higher status than them, but Heaven Stage martial warriors wouldn't be afraid of him. The Olent Federation had 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Many thoughts went through his mind. A sharp glint flashed in Cloet's eyes as he led his men straight toward the QYE-63 spacecraft. "Oh shit. They are coming." Everyone's expression changed. They were appalled. They were extremely weak in front of these formidable alien invaders. They had no chance of resisting. Even so, they gritted their teeth and prepared to stop them. Fortunately, the Celestial Stage martial warriors Wang Ting sent over saw this scene too. Half of them charged out of the QYE-63 spacecraft and headed toward Cloet and his men. "Huh! Celestial Stage martial warriors." Cloet's pupils narrowed. He was shocked. Celestial Stage martial warriors were a piece of cake for a Cosmos Stage martial warrior like him. However, there were around 30 of them, with all of them at the 9th level Celestial Stage. This was a strong team, which not everyone could mobilize. But, so what? Kill. Cloet glared at them and shouted coldly. In an instant, both parties clashed, and an intense battle ensued. The 9th level Celestial Stage martial warriors all came from races with great talent. Ordinary Celestial Stage martial warriors couldn't be compared to them. Soon, the martial warriors from the Olent Federation started to back down. The Planetary Stage martial warriors were killed instantly, while the Celestial Stage martial warriors had no chance of resisting either. They were killed after a few rounds. Cries of agony filled up the air. Cloet was furious. He was surrounded by 15 9th level Celestial Stage martial warriors, and he couldn't break free. Move. He was indignant. He roared loudly and started hurling powerful attacks out without any mercy. Boom, boom, boom. The force attacks from both sides collided. 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors could barely resist Cloet's attacks. The battle formation of these 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors was extraordinary. They came from a special race in the universe called the Earth Formation Race. They could merge their forces together using a unique method and release a greater and more formidable power. For instance, the combined forces of 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors were enough to challenge a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Wang Teng bought slaves from this race because of this ability. Naturally, they were a little more expensive compared to normal slaves. At this moment, Cloet was shuttling back and forth within the battle formation. He was enraged because he couldn't break free. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1086. This is just a small price you have to pay. 1. In the sky above Donghai, the battle got heated. Everyone was deeply worried. Hardy was fighting with the 7 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Even a powerful warrior like him found it a little difficult to face 7 men of the same level. However, the 7 martial warriors from the Olent Federation were suffering too. The enemy was too hard to deal with, and he moved around like a phantom. Since they were unable to get a lock on him, they couldn't make any effective attacks. Cloet, can you handle it? If you can't, let me do it. Manka looked down from the sky and shouted impatiently. On the other side, Cloet was still blocked by the 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors. His face was as black as the bottom of the pot. Despite being a mighty Cosmos Stage martial warrior, he was unable to step past these few Celestial Stage martial warriors. He would be laughed at if others learned about this. Cloet felt humiliated when he heard Manka's words. He remained silent and released all the force in his body. A terrifying glow gathered on his blade, shooting right into the sky. Die. Cloet used his ultimate attack in a fit of anger. The blade glow swept forward, knocking all the 15 Celestial Stage martial warriors back. 5 of them exploded from the powerful impact, scattering a bloody mist in the air. They were dead. The battle formation formed by these 9th level Celestial Stage martial warriors finally couldn't hold on. There was a chasm between the Celestial Stage and the Cosmos Stage. Actually, if Cloet had dragged the fight a little longer, the Celestial Stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to stop him much longer. However, time was tight and Manka provoked him further. That was why he decided to use his ultimate attack to break the formation. The remaining 10 9th level Celestial Stage martial warriors were seriously injured. They had expanded much of their energy, so they were unable to continue fighting. Cloet's gaze turned sharp. He was about to kill them all. At this moment, the remaining Celestial Stage martial warriors in the QYE-63 spacecraft rushed out. These Celestial Stage martial warriors came from another race. Their ability wasn't weak either. They were here to stop Cloet. The 10 badly injured Celestial Stage martial warriors retreated to the back and guarded the Wang family in the spacecraft as they nursed themselves. When Wang Ting sent them to Earth, he gave Hardy a huge sum of money so that he could purchase resources. He also gave them some healing dons and dons that could replenish their force. This was the right time to use them. The dons Wang Ting made personally had better effects than a normal pill. After consuming the pills, their injuries and forces started healing and recuperating quickly. The color was coming back to their pale faces. Cloet felt frustrated. He had spent a lot of effort taking care of these celestial stage martial warriors, but now, there was another group of them. How many celestial stage martial warriors were there in the spacecraft? He was going mad. He was once again stopped by these celestial stage martial warriors and couldn't capture the Wang family. Damn it, where did all these martial warriors come from? All of them are elites. Each of them is as strong as 10 normal martial warriors. Manka and the other aliens in the sky were exasperated. They didn't think that their few hundred martial warriors would get annihilated by a martial warrior team of fewer than 30 people. Let's ask for their help. We don't have enough manpower, Austin took a deep breath and said. The 7 martial warriors turned somber. Finally, they nodded and sent a message to the battlecraft. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted from the battlecraft. Another 5 Cosmos stage martial warriors flew out from within. Hardy's expression changed slightly. He appeared some distance away and stared coldly at the 5 new martial warriors. Austin, y'all are useless. The 7 of you can't even beat a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Among the 5 Cosmos stage martial warriors, one of them had golden hair. This was the man who snorted. Oliver, you should have seen how powerful the enemy is. Help us quickly. You won't be able to bear the responsibility if we fail the mission, Austin said impatiently with a black face. Oliver snorted. He didn't waste any more time and dashed toward Hardy. With their addition, there were 12 Cosmos stage martial warriors surrounding him now. Despicable. Hardy was furious. He might be powerful, but he wasn't confident that he could win against 12 martial warriors at the same level as him. He might even lose his life here. Mitch, as long as we can kill you, it's all right to be despicable. Oliver smirked. There was a tinge of mockery in his tone. He loved to see Hardy feeling exasperated. Hardy's gaze turned sharp. He stopped arguing with the other party and took a deep breath. Then, he executed his space power and disappeared. He wasn't stupid. There were too many Cosmos stage martial warriors, so he wouldn't fight them head-on. Surround the area. Don't let him run away, Oliver scanned his surroundings and shouted. The 12 Cosmos stage martial warriors scattered and released their forces into their surroundings, ceilings sealed the space around them. The entire sky had turned into a cage with force as its walls. Boom. A blade glow slashed out from nowhere and slammed into the edge of the cage. The martial warrior standing at this side frowned. He released a sword glow and struck the blade glow ahead of him. Unfortunately, the blade glow was more powerful than he thought. His sword glow was shattered instantly. Splurt. The blade glow continued flying towards him and smashed into his body. His face turned pale as he vomited blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1087. This is just a small price you have to pay. 2. Hardy wanted to take the opportunity to break out of the encirclement, but a loud roar rang around him. Thinking of running away? 3 Cosmos stage martial warriors appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks followed their yell. They didn't hold back at all, as if they wanted Hardy dead. Hardy's face wasn't looking good. He was forced to back off. The space behind him fluctuated, and his figure disappeared. He escaped again. Manka scanned the surroundings to find Hardy, feeling annoyed. Hes very cunning. Oliver frowned. He finally understood how tricky his opponent was. However, the method they used just now proved to be useful. They repeated it again, forming a force cage in the surroundings and not giving Hardy any chance to escape. Hardy didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He attacked the cage, again and again, trying to break out of it. Every time the cage was breached, several Cosmos stage martial warriors who were nearby would rush over, preventing him from escaping. After repeating this several times, Hardy consumed a lot of energy and was in a difficult position. On the other side, Cloet had finally broken past the encirclement of the celestial stage martial warriors. The 20 Celestial Stage martial warriors suffered heavy casualties. Most of them were killed or injured and were unable to hold back Cloet, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Only 18 Celestial Stage martial warriors survived. All of them retreated to the QYE-63 spacecraft. Hardy got anxious when he saw what had happened. He was being held back and was unable to save anyone from the Wang family. If he knew this would happen, he would have left Earth with them instead of getting involved with these invaders. But it was too late. Saving his own life was more important than saving Earth. He'll have to use that move. Hardy was struggling internally. He didn't want to use it as it would hurt his origin. Cloet's expression was grim, along with killing intent in his eyes. He then roared, "Hand over the Wang family and I will leave your corpse intact. Dream on. Our master will not let you off if you kill anyone from the Wang family," a Celestial Stage martial warrior retorted with blood dripping from his mouth. "Master," Chen-ph, a futile resistance. Cloet beheaded him with a scoff. Step by step, he headed towards the QYE-63 spacecraft. One by one, Celestial Stage martial warriors came out to resist but all got killed. In an instant, the ground and spacecraft were painted red, littered with limbs and corpses. After a while, only 6 Celestial Stage martial warriors remained out of the initial 18. They all had serious injuries. The leader of martial arts and the others saw this scene from a distance, and their pupils constricted into needles. They were filled with rage. They wanted to rescue them, but they were helpless in front of the Cosmos Stage martial warrior. No matter how great the plan was, it would be rendered useless in front of absolute strength. Cries of pain and agony abound. The Celestial Stage martial warriors fell onto the pool of blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. Was in the end, there was only one person left. Cloet was emotionless. There was no pity in his eyes as he raised his blade to cut him down. "Enough." An old voice came from within the spacecraft. Grandpa Wang walked out of the spacecraft with the help of Wang Shenghua and the others. "You all are finally willing to come out." Cloet turned and immediately recognized the Wang family. There was a cold smile on his face. "Don't come out." The last Celestial Stage martial warrior's expression changed as he shouted at the top of his voice. "Enough. Stop this massacre." Grandpa Wang shook his head and said tiredly, "It would have been better if you came out earlier." Cloet smiled sinisterly. His blade was still up in the air. He then swung it toward the Celestial Stage martial warrior. "Master is coming soon. All of you will be buried with me." The Celestial Stage martial warrior seemed to have expected it and uttered his last words with a hint of determination in his eyes. Boom. He actually blew himself up. With the Celestial Stage martial warrior as its core, the horrifying explosion swept across the surroundings, engulfing Cloet in it. Fortunately, Grandpa Wang and the others were still within the shields and were not affected. "Is he dead?" Wang Shenghong and the others looked at the explosion in horror. Some of them couldn't come back to their senses. They didn't think that the Cosmos Stage martial warrior would still kill the last Celestial Stage martial warrior even after they had appeared. He wasn't going to stop. Neither did they expect the Celestial Stage martial warrior to self-destruct with such decisiveness. The explosion slowly dissipated, and the dust slowly settled down. A figure stood there. "TSK. Damn it." Cloet's cold voice quashed the hopes in their hearts. "He's still not dead." The Wang family's expressions changed drastically. Step by step, Cloet walked out, looking disheveled. His clothes were slightly damaged, and there was blood oozing out from his wounds. His face was a mask of indifference and ruthlessness though. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior was forced to such a point. An uncontrollable rage surged in his heart, almost like a volcano that was about to erupt. Cloet glared at the Wang family. His eyes were filled with resentment and viciousness as an overwhelming aura surged from him. The Wang family members went pale and even trembled uncontrollably. There were only planetary disciples among them. Some were even ordinary people. They couldn't withstand a Cosmos Stage martial warrior's rage. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1088. This is just a small price you have to pay. 3. Get out. Cloette shouted in a ruthless voice. He stayed on the spot and didn't move forward anymore. The Wang family felt their hearts palpitating violently. They hesitated. Sigh. At this moment, a sigh broke the tension in the air. Why do you have to force me? Hardy came out of hiding and glanced around him. There was a tinge of helplessness in his tone. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful and strange fluctuation surged out from his body. The space around him started trembling. Amid cracking sounds, pitch-black lines of dimensional rifts formed around him. Quick, stop him. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors were appalled. They sensed a huge threat from Hardy. If they didn't stop him, something extremely terrifying would happen. Hence, all of them charged toward Hardy and hurled attacks at him without stopping. Hardy disregarded them. He stared at Cloette and gave a warning, "You can't touch the Wang family." Boom. The moment he finished speaking, invisible space fluctuations swept out with him as the center. They cut through space like airwaves. Boom. 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 The force attacks exploded when they touched the spatial fluctuations. However, the fluctuations didn't disappear. They continued spreading. The martial warriors flying forward squinted. Their heads turned numb, and all of them used their ultimate moves in an attempt to block the fluctuations. Boom. 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 However, it was all in vain. The attacks were nullified when they touched the fluctuations. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors turned pale and flew backward in midair as if they were struck by lightning, vomiting a huge mouthful of blood. They were terrified and full of disbelief. The fluctuations started flowing toward them again. This time, they had no time to resist. If they got hit by the fluctuations, they would be torn into two. All the Cosmos Stage martial warriors were white in the face. They felt hopeless. A snort suddenly sounded in the sky. A figure appeared behind Hardy out of the blue and struck his back with his palm. Splurt. Hardy's expression changed. He vomited a mouth of blood and was thrown forward violently. His body fell to the ground like a sandbag. Boom. A huge hole appeared on the ground after a loud crash. The fluctuations disappeared without a trace after losing Hardy's support. It was as if they had never appeared. The other Cosmos Stage martial warriors had white faces. They still had lingering fears. The dimensional rifts were only less than a meter away from them. They didn't have any chance of running away and would be instantly killed. "Thank you, President." The Cosmos Stage martial warrior thanked the white-haired elder gratefully. The person who attacked Hardy was the president of St. Star Pagoda, Sheng Luo. He was also one of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation. President Sheng Luo was dressed in a white gown. He stood in midair calmly with his hands behind his back and nodded slowly. Cough. Hardy stumbled his way out of the dust while coughing blood. The grey gown he was wearing was torn, revealing his strange body beneath. His body was almost transparent. There were occult black patterns on his skin. He had facial features, but they seemed to be formed from liquid. His face was making slow waves, so it was hard to see his real face or remember how he looked. "I didn't expect to see a shadow assassin here," President Sheng Luo said calmly with a hint of astonishment on his face. Shadow Assassin Clan, Alston, Manka, and the others were stunned for a moment before they reacted. The Shadow Assassin Clan, it was one of the top 20 powerful races in the entire universe. No wonder this martial warrior was so powerful. They finally understood the reason and stared at Hardy in bewilderment. They couldn't push down their emotions. They didn't understand why this shadow assassin was on Earth. They were hard to find even in the universe. "A formidable warrior like you shouldn't be a slave. Are you interested in coming to my St. Star Pagoda?" the president asked. "St. Star Pagoda? What's that? I've never heard of it." Hardy shook his head and replied contemptuously. President Sheng Luo furrowed his brow. He was being looked down upon. Anger started to boil in his heart. "I invited you with sincerity, but you're looking down on me." This was infuriating. Manka, Alston, and the others felt speechless too. This shadow assassin was tempting fate. How dare he speak to the president like this? Did he have a death wish? You don't know what's good for you, President Sheng Luo replied angrily. Anyway, as a heaven stage martial warrior, don't you find it embarrassing to ambush me? Hardy scorned. The heaven stage. The leader of martial arts and the others were flabbergasted. This elder was actually a heaven stage martial warrior. Damn it. Earth was finish. I just wanted to teach you a small lesson, President Sheng Luo answered. A small lesson? Hardy mocked. He was heavily injured, and the move he made just now had harmed his origin of soul. He plonked himself on the ground and panted. What a pity. I didn't manage to finish my mission, but I tried my best. Master won't blame me for not completing the mission properly, right? Is it worth it for a little planetary stage martial warrior? President Sheng Luo asked. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1089. This is just a small price you have to pay, for, it doesn't matter if it's worth it. Only he can give me what I want. You can't, Hardy replied indifferently. The president of Saint Star Pagoda frowned. He stopped talking to Hardy and looked down in the Wang family's direction. Wang Ting killed my instructors and disrupted our trial. He must give me an answer for his actions. Since he ran away, y'all can answer for him. Are you going to come out yourselves or do I have to invite you? There's a limit to my patience. I'll destroy a city every minute if you don't come out. He waved his hand, and a large screen appeared in the sky. The screen was showing a bird's eye view of a city. A battlecraft gradually stopped above the city, and its cannon began gathering force. The civilians below were in a panic while despair engulfed the entire city. Cries were all that could be heard. That's City Shan. Someone exclaimed in shock, immediately recognizing the place as City Shan in country Xia. They're going to destroy City Shan. Damn it. This is too much. How dare they? How can they? The leader of martial arts and the others turned pale. Their hearts were aching. They didn't think that the alien invaders would do such a thing. No. Grandpa Wang shouted. Boom. It was too late. President Sheng Luo didn't give them any chance, destroying a city just like that. On the screen, the force glow soared down from the sky and crashed into the city. A deafening explosion thundered, and everything was swallowed by the beam of light. Cries and screams of despair were drowned out. All that was left was the glaring ball of light. When the light dissipated, a giant and deep hole replaced City Shan. The leader of martial arts and the others stared at the screen absent-mindedly. The Wang family was in a daze too. President Sheng Luo remained indifferent as he watched the happenings. It was as if he had just wiped out an ant nest. This was nothing to him. Why? Why do you have to do this? Grandpa Wang asked with a pale face. This is just a demonstration. President Sheng Luo replied nonchalantly, the countdown starts now. Grandpa Wang was at a loss for words. He pointed at the president and trembled in anger. You're too naive. A city is nothing to them. Hardy shook his head as he murmured to himself. The leader of martial arts was filled with anguish. He didn't know what to say anymore. There was only hatred left in his gaze. 1 minute is almost up. President Sheng Luo ignored their gazes and continued lightheartedly. The image on the screen changed. It was another city. This was a renowned, modernized city in the White Eagle Nation. Similarly, there was a universe battlecraft floating in the air, amassing force in its cannon as it prepared to wipe this city out. Faces of despair appeared on the screen. President Sheng Luo intentionally showed this scene so that the Wang family could see them and suffer mentally. He wanted to make them the sinners of this planet. The next moment, Grandpa Wang led the Wang family out of the QYE-63 spacecraft. Everyone was looking at them in sorrow and silence. Have you given up already? How disappointing. President Sheng Luo shook his head. Boom. The force attack was fired from the battlecraft. It landed on the city in the White Eagle Nation, and an earth-shaking explosion occurred again. Ultimate destruction. The Wang family widened their eyes in terror. They didn't expect the other party to go back on his words. Although they came out, he still destroyed the city. You, fut. Grandpa Wang clutched his chest and spurted out a mouth of blood. This is just a small price you have to pay, President Sheng Luo said softly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1090 Planet Annihilation Canon. The Dawn of Destruction. 1. A small price. The destruction of an entire city was just a small price. The people on Earth were enraged, their faces turning red uncontrollably. The leaders of the nations clenched their fists tightly. They were gritting their teeth so tightly that their gums almost bled. Especially the commander and head of the White Eagle Nation. Pain and sorrow pierced into their hearts and bones when they saw a city in their country being leveled. Their eyes bloodshot, they roared in anger like a wild beast in despair. The leader of martial arts felt the same way. City Shan from country Xia was destroyed too. The lives in a city got taken away right in front of their eyes. Yet, to these alien invaders, this was just a small price they had to pay. How apathetic were they toward lives such that they could make this decision? The Wang family was in a mess too. Grandpa Wang suddenly vomited blood due to anger, and his face turned as pale as paper. It frightened the Wang family. After all, Grandpa Wang wasn't young anymore. Father. Wang Shengguo and his siblings quickly held onto Grandpa Wang and shouted agitatedly. Cloet stood some distance away. He sneered. Weaklings like you are so fragile. The Wang family was furious. Bang! Cloet's gaze turned sharp. An immense aura swarmed out of his body and landed on the Wang family. I'll dig out your eyeballs if you continue staring at me. The Wang family turned pale under the massive pressure. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. They felt exasperated and fearful. This was the natural fear of a weakling towards someone more powerful than him. Especially the ladies and the youngsters. They were used to leading a life of luxury and had never faced such threats. They were petrified. Cough. Fine. Grandpa Wang straightened his back after coughing out some blood. He waved his hands. His voice attracted the other family members' attention and stopped the Wang family from confronting Cloet. They were the weaker party. They would gain nothing from confronting the other party. Instead, they had everything to lose and suffer. In the sky, the Cosmos Stage martial warriors looked down at the Wang family with no sympathy. They stared at them in contempt, mocking them for thinking too highly of themselves. Did they think that they could escape them? So what if they hid? Any resistance was useless. In the end, they still walked out obediently and fell in their hands. Seize them and bring them away. President Sheng Luo's calm voice echoed in the sky. Yes. Cloet blinked and hurriedly bowed as he received the order. With a wave of his hand, a few planetary stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation went forward to handcuff the Wang family. They were treated like prisoners. Be obedient, a martial warrior shouted. The entire world was watching this scene. No one hated the Wang family. There was only sorrow and boundless hatred for the alien invaders left in their hearts. These alien invaders wreaked havoc in their home and destroyed 2 cities ruthlessly. They even captured Wang Teng's family to force him to listen to them. Wang Teng was the last hope of Earth. These alien invaders wanted to kill their last glimmer of hope in the crib. They were despicable and heartless. The leader of martial arts, the 3 great commanders, and Dan Taixian could only watch the Wang family getting taken away. There was nothing they could do. Helplessness corroded their hearts. They were full of regret because they couldn't protect the Wang family. The Wang family was sent into the sky by the planetary stage martial warriors. They flew towards the battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. Everyone stared at them as if they would never return after leaving. Destroy this planet. President Sheng Luo's voice was heard once again without any warning. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation were stunned. They didn't think that their president would still want to destroy this planet after capturing the Wang family. He spared no one. Actually, a life planet was a good asset. Turning all Earthlings into slaves was much more profitable. However, Saint Star Pagoda wanted an answer. They wanted to use Earth as a warning to others and let them know that no one could provoke them, much less a remote planet like Earth. What? All the leaders widened their eyes in anger as they stared at Sheng Luo in disbelief and fear. He wanted to exterminate their planet. This was crazy. They turned pale in shock, feeling a chill creeping up their spine, all the way to their heads. They were numb. A huge commotion erupted on Earth. Oh my God, the alien invaders want to destroy our planet. Bastards, they must be beasts. They are not humans. Since death is the only option, let's fight with them. There's nothing to be scared of now. This is outrageous. Even if we die, we must cut a piece of meat from these aliens. Let's fight for our lives. We're civilians of Earth. We will not die without a fight. Everyone, take out your weapons. This is a life or death battle. Continue fighting. Kill. Kill. The despair in everyone's hearts ignited their fighting spirit and unyielding attitude. All the martial warriors howled in anger and stood up. They raised their weapons and charged toward the battlecraft in the sky, wanting to pull the alien invaders down to hell with them. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation stared at them with disdain. They felt that these Earthlings were overestimating themselves. They weren't their match at all. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1091, Planet Annihilation Cannon. The Dawn of Destruction. 2. How can you do this? Grandpa Wang stared at Sheng Luo in disbelief. He was an old man who had lived for many years, but he was unable to suppress the anger in his heart when he saw Sheng Luo's shamelessness. I didn't say that I wouldn't destroy Earth, President Sheng Luo replied calmly with no changes in his expression. Grandpa Wang didn't know what to say. You couldn't judge a shameless person using the standards of a human. President Sheng Luo disregarded Grandpa Wang. He frowned slightly when he saw the Cosmos Stage martial warriors standing in their original positions absent-mindedly. Didn't you hear me? Yes. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors regained their composure. President Sheng Luo was one of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors of the Olent Federation. They couldn't disobey him. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors gave a sinister smile as they glanced at the Earthlings. Then, they returned to the battlecraft. A considerable amount of energy was needed to destroy a planet. Thus, the Cosmos Stage martial warriors had to activate the Planet Annihilation Cannon on board the battlecraft to achieve this. The Planet Annihilation Cannon was a weapon that could raise an entire planet. Among all the Cosmos Stage martial warriors, only Qing Lun showed signs of unwillingness and sorrow. However, she had to obey orders. If she disobeyed President Sheng Luo, her race would be put on Saint Star Pagoda's blacklist and the younger generations could forget about entering the institution. The Saint Star Pagoda was a powerful faction in the Olent Federation. She couldn't offend them. Hence, after a slight moment of hesitation, she followed Manka and the others back to the battlecraft. President Sheng Luo looked at Hardy and said, I can give you one more chance. Come with me to Saint Star Pagoda or get exterminated along with Earth. Not interested. Hardy scoffed impolitely. He looked at Sheng Luo as if he were a dead man. He knew that these people would have to pay a huge price for using this method to threaten his master. Did they think that a baron of a high-tier civilization was so easy to bully? Stubborn. President Sheng Luo felt infuriated for some reason when he saw Hardy's gaze. He snorted. Despite inviting the other party earnestly, he got rejected. As a Heaven Stage martial warrior, he had never suffered this treatment before. He ignored Hardy and disappeared on the spot. All the battlecraft started flying out of Earth. Stop them. Stop them quickly. The leaders of the nations hurriedly gave their orders. They were agitated. The most powerful fighter jets on Earth soared into the sky and started attacking the battlecraft from the Olent Federation. Boom. 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 Force attacks slammed on the battlecraft, creating balls and balls of dazzling lights. Unfortunately, it was useless. Compared to the Olent Federation, the technology on Earth was too lacking. These attacks wouldn't do much damage to the defense shield of the battlecraft, much less harm their main body. Even if they did manage to break the defense shield, these attacks, which were less powerful than planetary stage attacks, couldn't affect the body of the battlecraft at all. Swoosh! Beams of light shot out from the universe battlecraft. The fighter jets from Earth dodged frantically, but they couldn't catch up with the speed of the light beams. In an instant, they were struck down. Boom! 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 The fighter jets exploded and turned into balls of fire as they plummeted to the ground. However, numerous fighter jets continued soaring into the sky, flying towards the universe battlecraft and using their lives to stop them. The alien invaders will be leaving the planet soon. Activate the space shift array, the head of the White Eagle Nation said grimly. I agree. I agree. None of the heads hesitated. All of them made the same decision. There was no path of retreat. Activating the space shift array and wandering in the universe was the only solution. If the aliens didn't leave Earth, they wouldn't have the chance to activate this array. However, they had the opportunity now. All right, activate the space shift array. The leader of martial arts nodded. We must stop the alien invaders and buy some time, the head of the White Eagle Nation said. Orders were handed down. The entire world started moving. All the martial warriors were giving it their all for Earth's last chance of survival, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Fighter jets flew into the sky, advancing waves upon waves to block the universe battlecraft, buying time for the activation of the space shift array. Countless fighter jets exploded like fireworks, dazzling people's eyes for a second before falling into darkness. This was a beautiful yet tragic scene. Rune Masters rushed toward the location of the space shift array, hastening the speed of its activation. They had already made preparations before this, but the array covered the entire planet. It was difficult to activate it. They needed a long preparation time. Also, after activating the array, it needed time to gather space energy before it could start working. All this needed time. Time passed slowly. Numerous fighter jets and martial warriors from Earth had perished by now. However, they were still unable to stop the battlecraft from the Olent Federation. After some time, all the battlecraft left Earth and floated in the universe. The azure blue planet in front of them spun slowly. This was Earth. In the huge battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress, the Cosmos Stage martial warriors stood beside President Sheng Luo and admired the planet ahead of them. Chapter 1092 Planet Annihilation Cannon. The Dawn of Destruction. 3. What a beautiful planet, Oliver said with a smile. Unfortunately, it's going to turn into dust soon. Claude from the Black Scale race sniggered. To think that these Earthlings attempted to stop us. They're so naive, Manka snorted in disdain. They're just natives of a backward planet. There are many other planets like this in the universe. There's no reason to feel pity for destroying it. It isn't worth much, President Sheng Luo said. Let's start. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors started instilling force into the energy storage device in front of them. Buzz tilde a blinding glow lit up on the battlecraft. Lines of light covered the giant battlecraft like electricity wires. A terrifying energy fluctuation emitted out of the battlecraft. Come and have a look. See how your mother planet gets exterminated. This is your last chance to look at it. Sheng Luo clenched his fist. The Wang family, who was some distance away, flew over uncontrollably and landed beside him. They stared at the azure blue planet in front of them with misery in their eyes. Lin Chuan's face was white. There was a hint of helplessness on her beautiful face as a familiar figure appeared in her mind. She muttered to herself, "Why aren't you back? Son." Wang Shangguo and Li Xiumei were panicking too. They called for their son in their hearts. So were Grandpa Wang, Wang Yanan, Wang Yalong, and many other members of the Wang family. Wang Ting was their only hope. It was agonizing to watch their planet getting destroyed right in front of them. They wished that Wang Ting could appear and save this planet on the verge of annihilation. Earth, Donghai. The scene in outer space got picked up by the satellites and was shown on screens all over the world. This was majestic but sad. The universe battlecraft floated in space, consolidating energy. The scary force glow instilled fear in everyone's heart. How much longer? All the heads of the nations were burning with anxiety. They kept asking about the progress of the spaceshift array. "We still need 5 more minutes," the leader of martial arts replied grimly. 5 minutes is too long. "Can they be faster?" the head of the White Eagle Nation asked. "The alien invaders won't give us so much time." The head of Country Star sighed helplessly. "We don't have a choice. This is the fastest they can go." The leader of martial arts couldn't do anything either. "The Rune Masters have tried their best. It's all up to fate." The other heads kept quiet. They knew that everyone was giving their best. The people on Earth were working hard to buy any time they could. A second of difference meant a different outcome. Escape or exterminate. What would be their ending? No one knew. The QYE-63 spacecraft parked in the plaza in front of the Global Union building rose into the air and dashed into outer space at the speed of light. QYE-63 was a Cosmos-level spacecraft, the only one that could cause damage to the Olant Federation's battlecraft. Hardy was piloting it, working hard to earn more time for Earth. In space, the QYE-63 spacecraft broke through the atmospheric layer around Earth and started launching its attack. Boom! A terrifying force attack smashed directly toward the giant battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. The Olant Federation never expected this. They endured the full force of the attack. The defense shield vibrated violently. Then, a clear breaking sound was heard. The attack managed to break a small part of the defense shield. The Olant Federation's battlecraft started shaking furiously. A blaring siren rang immediately. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damage. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damage. Beep, beep, beep. Defense shield 30% damage. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. "That's a Cosmos-level spacecraft," Chloette explained quickly. "A Cosmos-level spacecraft? Why didn't you say that earlier?" President Sheng Luo bellowed. Their battlecraft was also at the Cosmos level. Hence, it couldn't withstand a direct hit from another Cosmos-level spacecraft. Chloette didn't know what to say. "Quick, repair the defense shield and shoot down that spacecraft." President Sheng Luo gave an order instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Force attacks shot out from the battlecraft one after another. At the same time, the battlecraft around them gathered together and defended the giant battlecraft while attacking the QYE-63 spacecraft. Hardy's face turned gloomy. He had to deal with these small battlecraft first. An intense pursuit started in outer space. A Cosmos-level spacecraft was indeed extraordinary. Those normal battlecraft were unable to strike it down. However, besides escaping, Hardy also had to deal with the occasional attacks from the giant battle fortress-like battlecraft. Boom! Suddenly, the QYE-63 took a hit on the side. The QYE-63 spacecraft started shaking violently. The battlecraft around it grabbed the chance and threw countless force cannons at the defense shield. Crack! The shield cracked under the onslaught. All the force attacks landed on the main body of the QYE-63 spacecraft. Fortunately, this was a Cosmos-level spacecraft, so normal attacks couldn't harm it. Hardy grabbed the opportunity to escape from the encirclement. Chapter 1093 Planet Annihilation Cannon. The Dawn of Destruction. 4. Time passed slowly. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of all the leaders of the world. Their palms and backs were drenched in sweat too. They paid attention to what was happening in the universe while keeping a close watch on the countdown of the array displayed on the screen. They were extremely nervous. The preparations for the spaceshift array were done. They only needed to give it time to finish consolidating space energy. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. At the last minute, the planet annihilation cannon on the Olant Federation's battlecraft had gathered enough energy. The lines of light on the surface of the battlecraft gathered on one spot. The fortress-like battlecraft split open from the center, and the mouth of a cannon, almost half the width of the battlecraft, revealed itself. Silver light dotted the mouth of the cannon as it aimed at Earth. Immense and terrifying energy spread out. "We're dead." The leaders of the nations felt their hearts sinking. Their world turned gray, and they were filled with despair. A little. Just a little. Why? What just happened? A little more and they would be able to escape from this deadly situation. Why wouldn't God give them this chance? Was Earth going to be destroyed just like that? Countless people shouted and screamed, venting the anger and fear in their hearts. No one wanted to die. They didn't want to disappear from the universe. The human race had been exploring the universe for millions of years, always hoping that one day, they could step out of Earth and proceed to a bigger stage. When the martial era arrived, they saw hope. Then, Wang Ting came out of nowhere and became the most powerful martial warrior on the planet. He even flew out of Earth and became the first human to enter the universe. Hope was right in front of them, but why? Why did they have to be exterminated at the dawn of their hope? Could Wang Ting come back in time? The same thought appeared in the hearts of numerous Earthlings. Wang Ting. Dan Taixian gritted her teeth as she floated in front of the Global Union building, repeating Wang Ting's name again and again in her heart. The leader of martial arts and the others felt helpless and depressed as they stared at the image sent back by satellite. They wished that Wang Ting could save this planet from destruction just like how he always did in the past. But there wasn't enough time. Even at this moment, there was no sign of Wang Ting. How could he save the planet? Everything was too late. Boom! Powerful energy burst out from the mouth of the cannon. The light was blinding. It was impossible to open one's eyes and look at it. The people on Earth only saw the entire sky turning silver-white like the apocalypse. Everything seemed to have lost its color. They were devoured by this beam of silver-white light. Boom! At this moment, another loud explosion was heard. A powerful beam of force glow erupted from another side of outer space, aimed right at the Olent Federation's battlecraft. The attack was extremely close. It seemed to have traveled through space and arrived in the blink of an eye even though it was released after the planet annihilation cannon. It slammed into the Olent Federation's battlecraft. Bang! The defense shield broke, and the attack made contact with the main body of the battlecraft. Instantly, the battlecraft shifted a little due to the impact and the aim of the cannon deviated. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The energy from the planet annihilation cannon was finally released. It scraped past the surface of Earth. Boom! A small planet in the distance was destroyed by the cannon. It exploded from the overwhelming force and turned into dust floating in the universe. A small planet was gone within a split second. Silence. There was dead silence on Earth. Cold sweat dripped down everyone's forehead, but no one noticed it. They stared absent-mindedly at the sky. They hadn't regained their senses yet. They felt lucky that they had survived this disaster. "We're safe," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, we're still alive," someone shouted in excitement. The people on Earth were overjoyed. Some even started cheering. The leaders of the various nations woke up from their daze. They stared at the small planet that was hit with lingering fears in their hearts. What a terrifying attack. A small planet was destroyed so easily. If that attack had landed on Earth, they might have exploded in a similar way. The various leaders shivered in fear when they thought of this possibility. "What happened just now?" the leader of the White Eagle Nation suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. This was a good question. They turned their heads and looked at the scene in space. In the Olent Federation battlecraft, Sheng Luo and the other martial warriors didn't expect this to happen either. A little more and they could have destroyed this planet. Their plan failed at the last step. Anyone would feel unhappy when confronted with such a scenario. You finally reached the last step to achieving your goal after spending this much time and effort. However, someone put a banana peel on the step and you slipped and fell. Wasn't it infuriating? President Sheng Luo's expression turned grim. He looked in the direction of the attack. The Wang family also followed his gaze, The space there started vibrating as airwaves were formed. Then, a cut appeared gradually and started expanding. It became bigger and bigger. The tip of a universe spacecraft peeked out from the space behind it. Its sharp metallic edge gave off a cold and harsh glimmer. As the cut became bigger, more parts of the spacecraft were revealed. Within a few seconds, an enormous spacecraft emerged from the emptiness and appeared in front of everyone. What kind of presence did it have? It was ferocious, humongous, majestic, frightening. In front of this spacecraft, the battlecraft from the Olant Federation was just a puny little toy. Chapter 1094. All of them. A savage and giant spacecraft emerged from the emptiness and appeared in front of the Olant Federation's battlecraft. It entered the Earthling's vision too. What is this? President Sheng Luo squinted. He felt a tremor in his heart. As for Manka, Qing Lun, Alston, and the other Cosmostage martial warriors, they were appalled too. Based on the size of this spacecraft, the sharp and harsh glimmer of its metallic surface, and its domineering force of presence, they could tell that this was anything but ordinary. Could it be? The Wang family clenched their fists. There was excitement and anticipation on their faces. Is Wang Teng back? The thought appeared in their mind. They did have some doubts. Was Wang Ting really piloting this enormous and exceptionally frightening spacecraft? Earth. The leaders of the nations were stunned. They stared at the spacecraft that appeared out of the blue in astonishment with an unbelievable thought in their mind. Is Wang Teng back? The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders clenched their fists tightly. They were a little agitated and excited. Beep, beep, beep. The alert of the countdown suddenly sounded in the Global Union building. 10, 9, 8. The spaceshift array was at its last 10 seconds of countdown. The people in the building woke up from their stupor. The spaceshift array was about to be activated. For a moment, there was a dilemma on all their faces. They weren't sure if the spacecraft belonged to Wang Teng. Also, if he couldn't stop the Olant Federation, it would be a huge waste. The spaceshift array had a long cooling period if it was interrupted. They would need even more time to reactivate it. However, after a second of hesitation, the leader of martial arts still ordered his men to deactivate the spaceshift array. The activation was stopped 3 seconds before the launch. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. None of the other leaders objected to it. After all, none of them wanted to roam aimlessly in the universe. They would have to face many unknown dangers at that time. All their hopes were placed on the gigantic spacecraft that just appeared. The network of the Global Union building got hacked. The same thing happened all around the world. No one could control it. The screens on people's computers, phones, and walls of malls became blurry. Then, the image changed, and the figure of a young man appeared. Wang Ting. The person on the screen was Wang Ting. I'm sorry I came late. A solemn voice sounded from his throat. Everyone standing in front of a screen heard him. Their eyes turned red. Some even wept in joy. He returned. Wang Ting was finally back. Earth was safe. They believed in Wang Ting just like how they did in the past. They believed that once he was back, Earth would be saved. See this guy. Dan Taixian, Yi Jisin, and some others were standing on top of a high-rise building. Dan Taixian felt tears welling up in her eyes when she heard Wang Ting's voice. It's good that you're back, Yi Jisin lamented. There was happiness shimmering in his eyes too. In the Global Union building, the leaders were elated upon seeing Wang Ting's face. Indeed, that spacecraft belonged to him. Ha ha ha, he's back. Commander Hong laughed uncontrollably. He's finally back. The leader of martial arts shook his head. His emotions just went on a roller coaster ride. It was finally back on land. Earth is safe. Commander Yong let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. Yes, we're safe. The leader of martial arts nodded. No matter how powerful their opponent was, the leader of martial arts also had inexplicable confidence in Wang Teng. Who are you? A voice came from within the Olant Federation's battlecraft. Olant Federation, you deserve to die, was the reply from the gigantic spacecraft. The anger in the voice was apparent. If he came a second later, Earth would have been razed. His family and friends would vanish along with it. The Olent Federation must die. Wang Ting, President Sheng Luo said coldly. He recognized who this person was. That's right. It's me. Aren't you looking for me? I'm back now. Wang Teng's voice was eerie and icy like a spirit that crawled out from hell. He gave his order instantly: attack and destroy all battlecraft of the Olent Federation. All of them. Boom. 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 Terrifying attacks shot out from the spacecraft immediately, raining down on the Olent Federation's battlecraft. Wang Ting's spacecraft was a universe-level spacecraft. Not only was its defense ability exceptional, but the weapons on it were also powerful. Ordinary weapons were nothing in front of the power and speed of these weapons. The weapons all spat fire at Wang Ting's order, encompassing the enemy like a net. Boom. 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 The battlecraft exploded and turned into balls of flame, reduced to cosmic dust within a few seconds. All the universe battlecraft sent by the Olent Federation were wiped out. Only the battle fortress managed to escape from destruction. However, it had become a general without an army. Before Sheng Luo could react, this was the scene left for the invaders. They widened their eyes in shock. All of them were flabbergasted. Wang Ting. The roar of an injured wild beast escaped President Sheng Luo's mouth. Cloet, Manka, and the other martial warriors were trembling in fear. Their pupils constricted. They were honestly scared. This fierce-looking giant spacecraft was terrifying. In an instant, it destroyed their army of battlecraft. The planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors in them were killed too. What would have happened if those attacks landed on this spacecraft? Would they be able to escape death? The martial warriors from the Olent Federation stood in dead silence. They finally experienced the despair the people on Earth had some time ago. This despair came from their inability to resist. Their fate was entirely in the other party's hands. On Earth, the leader of martial arts felt invigorated. His frustration was vented. The alien invaders deserved it. He remembered how arrogant and haughty they were in the past. They killed the people on Earth as if they were ants. The entire planet almost got annihilated. How evil and ruthless. Now, it was finally their turn. The Olent Federation's battlecraft had no chance of resisting in front of Wang Teng's enormous spacecraft. Powerful attacks hammered down like bolts of heavenly lightning. Chapter 1095. Kill them. Dead silence. There was not a peep inside the battlecraft. Sheng Luo's face was as dark as the clouds before a thunderstorm. Wang Teng's oppressiveness exceeded his expectations. So did the spacecraft. If he was right, this must be a heaven-level or above spacecraft. It might even be a universe-level spacecraft. But how was that possible? Wang Teng was just a native martial warrior from this backward planet. Even if he became the Baron of the Great Qian Empire, he wouldn't be able to afford a thing like that. Besides, according to the information he received, there was no mention of a universe-level spacecraft. He felt like killing this young man. One mistake and the entire plan failed. His informant told him that they had the ability to deal with this young brat. Yet, the result was different from his expectations. Even as a heaven-stage martial warrior, the universe-level spacecraft alone was enough to give him second thoughts about targeting Wang Teng. President Sheng Luo. What should we do? Cloet gulped. He knew that it wouldn't be easy dealing with Wang Teng. One extremely powerful spacecraft was enough to put them in a dire situation. How were they supposed to fight? The Cosmos stage martial warriors would be smashed into pieces once they stepped out. Sheng Luo took a deep breath and said with a sharp gaze, Wang Teng, do you think you'll win? Still stubborn at the brink of death. Wang Teng scoffed. HMPH, take a look. What are they? Sheng Luo brought the Wang family out into space. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Wang Teng's expression changed. A boundless killing intent surged out from his heart. That idiot Hardy allowed his family to land in the hands of the Olent Federation. What on earth was he doing? Rage was bubbling in him like a volcano about to erupt. Wang Ting and An Lan dashed out from the spacecraft. They stared into Sheng Luo's eyes. A heaven-stage martial warrior, Sheng Luo squinted when he saw An Lan. He was in disbelief. Wang Ting had a heaven-stage martial warrior under his wing, little Ting, son. Grandpa Wang, Wang Shenghua, and Li Xiumei were surprised and elated when they saw Wang Ting. They called his name subconsciously. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll save you. Wang Ting got worried when he saw his family. His gaze flickered a little. Save? How are you going to save them? Sheng Luo mocked. Who are you? Wang Ting took a deep breath and asked with a cold face. President of Saint Star Pagoda, Sheng Luo. Sheng Luo replied. Are you taking revenge? That's right. You killed the instructors from my academy and interrupted our trial. The reputation of Saint Star Pagoda will be ruined if I don't kill you. You came to Earth and treated this place as your trial ground, killing anyone you want. Did you seek our permission beforehand? Wang Ting shouted back. He was trying to control his anger. It's your honor to be chosen as the trial ground, Sheng Luo said indifferently. An honor? I think you're just used to being all high and mighty. Once someone steps on you, you start barking like a mad dog, Wang Ting said. Impudent. Sheng Luo was enraged. He was the president of Saint Star Pagoda, the person at the top of the pyramid in the Saint Olent Federation. He couldn't tolerate being called a mad dog. Me? Impudent. You're the one that's impudent. Wang Ting remained calm. He looked at Sheng Luo with disdain. Right now, I can kill you as easily as an ant. Sheng Luo's expression turned ugly. He knew that Wang Ting was right. The spacecraft behind him had already landed them in a precarious situation, much less other things. He couldn't treat this brat as a native Earthling. But he was unwilling to give up. He was a heaven-stage martial warrior, the president of Saint Star Pagoda, and a well-respected member of the Olent Federation. How could an Earthling rise above him? Release my family or I'll flatten Saint Star Pagoda, Wang Ting said in a cold voice. How dare you? Sheng Luo flared up like a cat that got stepped on its tail. A formidable aura erupted around him as he glared at Wang Ting. Actually, he was scared of Wang Ting too, afraid that he would come back from the Great Qian Empire to create trouble for them. That was why he acted first and captured his family, wanting to force him to surrender. However, Wang Ting was much more powerful than he expected. Do you think I won't dare? Wang Ting sneered. Your family is in my hands, Sheng Luo threatened him. Little Ting, don't care about us. We can't be your obstacle every time, Grandpa Wang shouted. That's right. We're not scared of death. Don't think about using us, Wang Shenghua said with resolution. Shut up. Sheng Luo's expression changed. He was furious and shocked. Without the Wang family, he wouldn't be able to threaten Wang Ting. This was a situation he was most worried about. Suddenly, while Sheng Luo was distracted, a figure abruptly appeared behind him and slashed out his sword, aiming straight for his heart. The Godslayer sword scripture. Sheng Luo's expression changed. He felt a tinge of danger from the sword glow. He would get seriously injured if he didn't dodge. Boom. At the same time, An Lan also moved. A black light shot out from his palm and charged at Sheng Luo. This was the opposite direction of where the Wang family was at. The two attacks were launched simultaneously, one from the back and one from the left. Sheng Luo was in a difficult position. He had to choose between the Wang family and getting hit by the beam of blacklight and the sword glow. He needed to make a choice. Sheng Luo was a vicious character. He knew that if he lost the Wang family, he wouldn't have any advantage in front of Wang Ting. Hence, he chose not to retreat. A sword appeared in his hand. The sword glow exploded and collided with the beam of black light. At the same time, he punched his fist in the other direction. Boom. Powerful shock waves impact swept through the sky. The Wang family was nearby, so the impact was strong enough to injure them. But at this moment, another figure stepped out from the emptiness and created a force light shield around the Wang family with a wave of his hand. This was another Wang Ting. How's this possible? Sheng Luo's expression changed. Then, He understood. Clone, he exclaimed. Indeed, this was Wang Teng's clone. The one who attacked Sheng Luo from the back was another clone. The real Wang Teng distracted Sheng Luo while his clone attacked him along with Enlan. When he was busy handling the two attacks, the second clone appeared to save the Wang family. Wang Teng's clone snorted and moved his lips slightly, mouthing the word idiot. Then, he pulled the Wang family back. Where are you going? Sheng Luo slashed at the clone with an ugly expression. Unfortunately, the space behind the clone turned distorted, and he disappeared. Sheng Luo's sword glow hit nothing. Damn it! Sheng Luo's face turned black. He didn't think that he would be tricked as a heaven stage martial warrior. Some distance away, Wang Teng's clone stepped out of the emptiness with the Wang family and smiled at Wang Teng. I've completed the task. Thank you. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally feel at ease. He took less than 3 minutes from the time he learned his family was captured to come up with this plan. Then, he started distracting Sheng Luo while giving Enlan the details through voice transmission. He had already sent his 2 clones into space when he stepped out of his universe spacecraft. He chatted with Sheng Luo to distract him and to buy himself more time. He could only execute his plan once that old codger was focused on him. It was a risky plan. A single mistake could provoke Sheng Luo and place the Wang family in extreme danger. But the act of surprise was the reason why he was able to save the Wang family from Sheng Luo. Of course, Wang Ting's space talent played a huge role. Without it, he wouldn't be able to execute this plan smoothly. Everything went according to plan, and he succeeded in the end. The Wang family finally reacted and realized that they were saved. They felt fortunate that they managed to survive this ordeal. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, have some rest in the spacecraft. I'll be back after settling the matters here, Wang Teng smiled and said to them. Be careful. Wang Shangwe and Li Xiumei had many words to say to Wang Teng, but they knew that this wasn't the right time. Thus, they reminded him to be careful before entering the spacecraft behind them. On the other side, Sheng Luo was glaring at him grimly. Then, he retreated at a fast speed without any hesitation. He wanted to escape. Cloet and the other martial warriors in the Olent Federation's battlecraft were dumbstruck when they saw Wang Teng saving his family. Quick! Run! Start the engine and leave as quickly as we can. If not, it will be too late. There was a flurry in the battlecraft. This bunch of high and mighty Cosmos Stage martial warriors was filled with fear. They felt a chill climbing up their spines. Boom! The battlecraft from the Olent Federation increased its speed in a bid to escape. Kill them! Wang Teng raised his finger and pointed at the battlecraft. A cold, ruthless command echoed in outer space. It sounded like the voice of Hades calling one's death. Terrifying beams of light lit up on the universe-level spacecraft behind him. Boom! 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 Attacks were fired continuously at the Olent Federation's battlecraft and Sheng Luo. No! The other Cosmos Stage martial warriors screamed in anguish and terror when they saw the balls of white light ahead of them. They released all the forces in their bodies to resist the frightening onslaught. Sheng Luo squinted and released all his force too to withstand the attack. Boom! Loud explosions resounded in space. The battlecraft from the Olent Federation exploded like fireworks. As for Sheng Luo, he was submerged by all the attacks, and there was no sign of him. After some time, the residual impact disappeared and many figures flew out. They were Sheng Luo and the Cosmos Stage martial warriors in a miserable state. They weren't dead. Martial warriors at the Cosmos Stage and above had strong vitality. They wouldn't die so easily. However, they had suffered grievous injuries and were on their last breath. They looked like beggars now. The pride and arrogance in them had disappeared. The people on Earth cheered. Wang Teng took revenge for all of them. They felt invigorated. Chapter 1096. I don't only know how to use my mouth, I also know some pretty neat techniques. People all over the globe were cheering. The alien invaders had been eradicated. It was an overwhelming scene. They initially thought that even if Wang Teng had returned, it would be a tough battle. However, it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. The powerful alien invaders were just weaklings in front of Wang Teng. He was beyond everyone's expectations. Earth's leaders were surprised and delighted. Their hearts were surging with emotions. He was so powerful. When Wang Ting left Earth, he wasn't this strong and was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Now, he had the power to destroy the alien invaders. There were celestial stage and cosmos stage martial warriors among the alien invaders. There were even heaven stage martial warriors. The stark contrast made everyone feel like they were in a dream. It was unreal. To them, Wang Teng wasn't a human. He was something else. Was he an alien that was adopted by the Wang family? It was highly possible. Otherwise, how was an Earthling so powerful? This didn't make sense. There must be something wrong with his genetics. In space, the Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation were heavily injured and bleeding. They looked at Wang Ting with eyes of horror and a face full of disbelief. "Split up and run," Cloet shouted and escaped without any hesitation. The others had the same idea as well and fled by themselves. In times of danger, it was every man for himself. Wang Tung scoffed and waved his hand. Suddenly, Cosmos stage martial warriors rushed out of the spacecraft behind him and surrounded the escapees. The Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation turned pale and panicked. There were more than 10 Cosmos stage martial warriors on the enemy's side. They were outnumbered. They couldn't possibly defeat them with their heavy injuries. It didn't feel good. Cosmos stage martial warriors like them had always been superior in the Olent Federation and had never been put in such a precarious position. And now, they were about to be ruined. "Run and I'll break 3 of your legs," Wang Tung warned. The people from the Olent Federation were stunned. What did he mean by 3 legs? The men's faces turned dark, and they subconsciously tightened their thighs as they felt the chills in their crotch. As for the female martial warrior Qing Lun, she felt insulted. She didn't have 3 legs. 3 legs. I didn't expect this young man to be a hooligan. Either way, they didn't dare to move anymore. Over at the other side, An Lan suddenly made a move. The 1,000 armaments vessel transformed into a flash of black light and sliced across the space, forcing someone out. It was Sheng Luo. An Lan looked at him and scoffed. It was like a cat chasing a mouse. "Old thing, go on and run." Wang Teng looked at Sheng Luo and mocked him. "Wang Teng, what do you want?" Sheng Luo got a direct hit from the universe-level spacecraft and suffered a serious blow. He initially wanted to escape while Wang Teng's attention was on Cloet and the others. However, he was forced into a corner by the Heaven Stage martial warrior by Wang Teng's side. "I realized that killing you like this is going too easy on you." Wang Ting rubbed his chin and said, "I'll let the people from Earth judge you for the sins you committed. How about having a Heaven Stage martial warrior, the president of Saint Star Pagoda, parade the streets? What do you think? Isn't it great?" Sheng Luo's expression turned ugly. Parade the streets. A Heaven Stage martial warrior was going to be paraded on this planet's street. This was bullshit. This Wang Teng was vicious. Just imagining that scene made him shudder. Cloet and the others were stunned as well and had shivers all over their bodies. They didn't feel well at all. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to think of such a vicious idea. Wang Ting was a devil. You wish. Sheng Luo snarled with a gloomy face. "Heh, grab him." Wang Ting squinted his eyes and shouted. It was time to farm. The loot from a Heaven Stage martial warrior was rare. He had to get stronger, so he wouldn't give up on obtaining attributes from a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Rage clouded his mind and made him want to kill him immediately. But now, he felt that farming attributes was the right way to make the most out of this. "Haha, how about you let me experience the strength of a Heaven Stage martial warrior from Olent Federation?" An Lan snickered. The 1,000 armaments vessel flew out and rushed toward Sheng Luo. "Damn you! A Heaven Stage martial warrior like yourself has fallen and succumbed to a Celestial Stage martial warrior." Sheng Luo's expression changed as he dodged the attacks. "I'm happy and satisfied. Why do you even care?" An Lan was unmoved and responded with a smile. In the next moment, his body vanished, and he rushed over in a streak of light. And Lan was powerful and was considered amongst the best of the Heaven Stage martial warriors. Back then, Sinclaman and Cao Hongtu weren't even his match even though he was alone. Someone from a low-tier civilization was nothing to him. Kill them. Sheng Luo was aggrieved. He was unwilling to die here and roared. He then exerted all of his strength and didn't hold back. Suddenly, a strange power spread out from his body. The surroundings changed and were no longer pitch black like what space looked like. It seemed to be in a world of its own as it was filled with yellow light. In the area shrouded by yellow light, boulders of different sizes were floating and resembled meteorites. People could feel a threat coming from it. Domain. Wang Teng's expression changed. Heaven Stage martial warriors could comprehend the power of the domain, and this was Sheng Luo's domain. An earth element domain. So far, no one has forced me to use my domain to this extent. I will let you have a taste of it. Sheng Luo's voice echoed, but no one could quite catch it. They didn't know where he was. Wang Teng suddenly became vigilant and scanned his surroundings. This was his first time entering someone's domain. However, he possessed a domain as well and knew that he was inside one. Everything was under the control of the domain user and everything was a potential means of attack. It was extremely dangerous. Be careful. And Lan had a serious expression and suddenly appeared beside Wang Teng. This is a 7th rank domain. 7th rank domain. Wang Teng was astonished. So powerful. Would they fail? However, he calmed down after thinking about the universe-level spacecraft behind him. If things went south, he could just give him another blast. That's right. I didn't expect a Heaven Stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization to have mastered the domain to such an extent, and Lan said solemnly. I'm not just the president of Saint Star Pagoda. I'm also a 3-star mercenary of the Mercenaries Alliance. Do you really think you can kill me as you wish? Sheng Luo appeared on top of a giant rock and looked down on them with killing intent in his eyes. A mercenary from the Mercenaries Alliance. And Lan's face darkened. No wonder. The Mercenaries Alliance was a giant organization like the Universe Bank and the Secondary Career Alliance. It had great influence and had a presence all over the entire universe. It was a relatively free and loose organization like the Secondary Career Alliance. However, it wasn't easy to become a member. You had to be extremely powerful and had to pass the assessment. Generally speaking, the weakest 1-star mercenaries were Cosmos Stage martial warriors. The martial warriors in the universe took pride in their statuses in the Mercenaries Alliance, even more so for the mercenaries with more stars. They would be respected by the other martial warriors wherever they went. This was the prestige and benefit that came with being a mercenary in the universe. Many talents would choose to become a mercenary and increase their reputation. Besides that, a mercenary could take part in various missions and gain an abundance of rewards. Those rewards include scriptures, battle techniques, and all kinds of rare treasures. This was why martial warriors would flock over to them. Wang Ting heard Roundball's explanation and understood the significance behind the rank of a 3-star mercenary. 3-star mercenary. He revealed a shocked expression and stared at Sheng Luo with wide eyes as if he was in disbelief. He then suddenly said with disgust, "After so many years of living, you're still just a 3-star mercenary? Have you lived your whole life as a dog?" Stunned, Sheng Luo's face turned green. Since when was a 3-star mercenary despised to such an extent? And Lan's eyes twitched. He felt that Wang Ting was asking for it. He wondered how many 3-star mercenaries would come after him if word spread. That would be. Just the thought of it sent shivers in Lan's body. He then took a few steps away from Wang Teng, for fear of being implicated in this. 3-star mercenaries were mostly Heaven Stage martial warriors who were powerful and terrifying. He didn't want to mess with them. How arrogant. Sheng Luo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He then glared at Wang Teng. Do you only know how to use your mouth? I don't only know how to use my mouth, but I also know some pretty neat techniques. If you have a wife or a daughter, I can let them experience it for free. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Cough, cough. And Lan almost spat his saliva. He had a strange expression. Damn it. Why did I understand that immediately? Can I still be saved? No, this is Wang Ting's fault. I've been influenced after spending such a long time with him. I have to stay away from him. One by one, thoughts drifted in Enlan's head. He became more and more determined to stay away from Wang Ting. Sheng Luo was enraged after being stunned for a moment. You're looking for death. His face was flushed red, and he almost vomited blood. He stopped talking nonsense with Wang Ting and pointed forward. Boom. The rocks that floated in the air spun at high speeds and then smashed down toward Wang Ting. OMG, so scary. Wang Ting jumped back and shouted, Enlan, he's yours. Go. Chapter 1097, Planetary Devastation. 1. Enlan's face darkened, and he felt something was off. He couldn't react in time and saw countless rocks smashing down with unparalleled power. He became solemn. You bastard. Enlan roared and didn't care about anything else. Channeling his spiritual power, he transformed his 1,000 armaments vessel into a streak of light that circled around the surroundings. In an instant, a black sphere appeared in space as if it isolated the world from itself. Domain. This was Enlan's domain. Wang Ting stood within the domain. He realized that his surroundings had turned into a black and golden domain, which blocked Sheng Luo's earth element domain outside. Boom. 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 The next moment, the black and golden domain shook violently, and a huge noise came from outside. Enlan, can you handle it? Wang Ting shouted. Let me know if you can't. I'll shoot him with the spacecraft. Shut up. Enlan rolled his eyes angrily. In this domain, your signal can't be transmitted. Wang Ting, he's right. I can't communicate with the outside world, Round Ball said in a solemn voice. It's okay. I can contact my clone, Wang Ting replied calmly. Enlan was speechless. He realized that he didn't need to worry about Wang Ting. He always had a backup plan to save himself. Round Ball also kept silent. Well, it didn't see that coming. My domain is only at the 6th rank. In terms of domain, I'm weaker than him, Enlan took a deep breath and explained, however, my domain is a product of combining spiritual power and the metal element. It's much stronger than an ordinary domain. I do want to see if it's stronger than a 7th rank domain. A hint of competitiveness appeared on his face. He then released his domain to the extreme, pushing it to greater heights. Hybrid domain. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Enlan didn't use his hybrid domain when he was dealing with Sinclaman and Cao Hongtu. He didn't expect him to use something like that to deal with Sheng Luo. Very good. All the best. I'm rooting for you. Wang Ting cheered for him. Enlan couldn't maintain his expression. The serious and tense atmosphere was completely shattered. He ignored Wang Ting and focused on dealing with Sheng Luo. In an instant, Enlan and Sheng Luo were caught up in the clash of their domains. A yellow earth element domain and a black gold metal element domain were like two balls colliding in space. The earth element domain was extremely heavy and possessed great power. It had extraordinary destructive prowess. On the other hand, Enlan's black and gold domain was sharp. The entire domain seemed to have grown invisible spikes as they shattered all the rocks that came crashing down. Sheng Luo's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Mecha Heaven Stage 6th rank domain could withstand his 7th rank domain. Domains were extremely hard to master, which was why their power would multiply whenever it advanced to the next rank. The higher the rank, the greater the difference in power. Moreover, the gap between the 6th and 7th ranks wasn't just a rank. There was also a difference between the middle stage and the advanced stage. A 7th rank domain was considered the advanced stage, which was much more powerful than a middle stage domain. That was why Sheng Luo was so surprised. His eyes became cold and he channeled more power into his domain. Countless rocks gathered together and formed a giant ball. The ball continued growing like a small meteorite as it floated above his head. But he didn't stop just yet. He was still channeling power into his domain. More rocks gathered over. Damn, that's planetary devastation, Wang Ting exclaimed. 2-inch what's planetary devastation? Enlan was initially startled, but when he heard Wang Ting's words, His thoughts suddenly went astray. He couldn't be blamed. Wang Ting was too spontaneous. It's nothing. You don't understand the world of anime, Wang Ting said disdainfully. And Lan? Why was he despised for no reason? However, Lan didn't dare to waste time after seeing the power of Sheng Luo's attack. He directed power into his domain, and countless black and golden light gathered above his head and condensed into a terrifying sword glow. Countless sword consciousness rose into the sky, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. This time, Sheng Luo was already at his limit. His face was flushed red and the veins on his forehead were about to burst. He looked hideous. He gave it his all to survive. Go! Sheng Luo roared. A giant ball of rock that resembled a meteorite smashed downward. The horrifying power might be enough to destroy a planet like Earth. Boom! There was a loud bang outside of the domain. Before the giant rock landed, Lan's domain shook violently under the pressure of the giant rock as if it would crack immediately. Lan's eyes were filled with astonishment as he narrowed his eyes. Go! With a yell, the sword above his head slashed out. The sword glow struck outward. It spanned 100 meters as it slashed across. Boom! The sword glow clashed with the giant rock, and the impact caused an explosion. Crack! Web-like cracks appeared on the giant rock and spread all around. Lan was elated. Right then, cracks formed on the black and golden sword glow, spanning the entire thing. Chapter 1098, Planetary Devastation. 2. The two parties were at a standstill for some time. Then, a huge explosion occurred. Boom! The sword glow shattered while the giant rock exploded. Terrifying force residuals swept through space. Nothing could be seen in the blinding light. This is bad. Lan squinted as he stared at the center of the explosion. His expression changed suddenly. A giant black shadow sprinted out from the glaring light and plummeted toward them. The sword glow only managed to cut the giant rock into two. It didn't smash it completely. Die! Sheng Luo's icy and furious voice came from above. Retreat! Lan shouted hurriedly. Don't panic. Let me try. Wang Ting blinked. No signs of anxiousness could be seen on his face. Lan, the next instant, a universe-stage sword appeared in Wang Ting's hand. The sword conscious erupted, and the space around him started to fluctuate. Lan, who was standing beside him, detected something. A tinge of astonishment appeared in his heart. What kind of sword skill is this? It's able to activate the space around them. Moreover, this space power was able to influence his domain. Crack! It was as if an eggshell was broken. Dimensional rifts started to appear in the space around them. Cracks in the air even appeared in Lan's black domain. An invisible space power flowed out from the dimensional rifts and intertwined around Wang Ting's long sword. Instantly, an invisible and occult sword glow was formed. It couldn't be seen or touched, but one could sense the terrifying sword aura spinning around the sword. It sent chills down one's spine. What is this? Lan was flabbergasted. Even he felt threatened by the sword conscious. The giant rock was only inches away from their heads. Slaying God! Wang Ting shouted in his heart. The sword conscious seemed to shoot out from his eyes as he finally slashed his sword down. The sword conscious slit through the air and landed on the giant rock. This was one of the moves in the Godslayer sword scripture. It was the first move. There were 9 moves in the Godslayer sword scripture. Every move was hard to execute. As the moves progressed, the difficulty increased by multiple folds. With Wang Ting's current grasp of the Godslayer sword scripture, he was only able to execute the first move. This was the first time he used a move from the Godslayer sword scripture. The power was greater than simply using the Godslayer sword scripture. Boom! Amid a huge explosion, the invisible sword glow was exceptionally sharp. It cut the giant rock into two and continued toward Sheng Luo. How's this possible? Sheng Luo's pupils constricted. He was dumbstruck and found it unbelievable. He didn't have any time to dodge the attack. Although he saw the attack coming, his body couldn't react in time. He could only release the remaining force in him to form a defense shield. Boom! Instantly, The sword glow landed on Sheng Luo, shattering the force shield around him and knocking him back ruthlessly. Swoosh! A thin and long sword wound appeared on Sheng Luo's chest. Fresh blood oozed out of it. Fart! He vomited a mouth of blood while he was still flying back. He became listless. However, he was still a heaven-stage martial warrior, powerful with a strong vitality. The sword glow wasn't able to kill him. Sheng Luo didn't expect Wang Ting to injure him so seriously. He was shocked. Wang Ting was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How did he do this? Numerous doubts appeared in his mind. Sheng Luo received a huge blow in his heart. His face turned pale. However, the desire to live pulled him back to reality. Riding on the inertia of the attack, he turned and escaped unwillingly. Trying to run away? Are you a rat? And Lan, stop him. Wang Ting shouted. F***K, am I your manual labor? And Lan regained his senses from Wang Teng's sword attack and glared at him bitterly. However, he still chased after Sheng Luo. Sheng Luo was seriously injured, so he was slower than An Lan. An Lan caught up with him in a few breaths. Move! Sheng Luo roared. His hair was all over the place like a mad dog. He punched his fist at An Lan. Futile effort. An Lan smirked. The Thousand Armaments vessel turned into a long sword and cut through the other party's fist aura. Sheng Luo screamed in agony. His fist aura was destroyed. A gruesome and bloody sword wound was left on his fist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Boom! An Lan charged out and enveloped Sheng Luo with his sharp sword glows. After a few seconds, he pulled Sheng Luo, who looked like a dead dog, back to Wang Teng. Done. This old fellow put up quite a resistance, An Lan said with a smile. Sigh, poor little thing. Wang Ting scoffed when he saw Sheng Luo's current state. Sheng Luo wanted to pretend to be unconscious, but upon hearing Wang Ting's words, he fumed in anger and raised his head. His face was drenched in blood as he glared at him with bitterness and hatred. This gaze is not bad. I respect your gaze, really. A brick suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's hand as he spoke. Oh wait, it was a huge seal. Then, without any warning, he started hammering Sheng Luo's head. Bang! Slash! Boom! Sheng Luo? His mind was in a whirl. His hair stood up, and he didn't understand what happened. What just happened? Where am I? Who am I? Your head is hard. As expected of a heaven-stage martial warrior, Wang Teng exclaimed. He continued slamming the lightning slap on his head until only lingering shadows could be seen. He had never lost to anyone when it came to hand speed. Two bang, 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 slash, boom, slash, boom. The lightning slap smashed the president's head like a hammer striking a nail. Sparks flew without stopping. A heaven-stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the lightning slap. Sheng Luo's beard was burnt, and his entire face turned black. His eyes rolled to the back of his eyes from the electrocution while he was losing consciousness. It was a tragic sight. Wang Teng, An Lan was shocked. He stopped him hurriedly. What? Wang Teng turned back to ask. Be a human, An Lan said helplessly. He'll die if you continue hitting him. All right, I'll let him go for now, Wang Teng replied with pity while weighing the brick the lightning slap in his hand. An Lan was rendered speechless. He paid a silent tribute to Sheng Luo. Why do you have to be Wang Teng's enemy? The other Cosmos stage martial warriors felt the muscles on their faces twitching when they saw this scene. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Wang Ting was inhumane. Even President Sheng Luo was beaten up so badly. Would they be saved? Is this your weapon? An Lan looked at the lightning slap in Wang Ting's hands and asked curiously. I made it myself. It's not bad, right? Wang Ting asked proudly. An Lan couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Why are you looking so proud of yourself? If this weapon didn't have the power of lightning in it, he wouldn't even look at it. The lightning power in this weapon seems extraordinary, An Lan said. Oh, this. I added some calamity lightning inside, Wang Teng replied casually. Calamity lightning. An Lan widened his eyes in disbelief. Yes, I can make one for you if you want one. Honestly, it's handy. Wang Teng promoted his weapon like a salesman. Cough, sure, no problem. And Lan coughed again. He didn't like this strange weapon, but the calamity lightning was a different thing. As expected, there were always surprise gains when he stayed with Wang Teng. It was worth it. And Lan gave himself a thumbs up for his foresight. Then, Wang Teng rubbed his hands and scanned his surroundings. Chuckling in his heart, he picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Time to pick up attribute bubbles. The bubbles floated toward Wang Teng one by one. Constellation Force, Metal, * 12,000 Black Metal Domain * 2,000 Celestial Realm Spirit * 1800 Celestial Realm Enlightenment * 1500 Constellation Force, Earth, * 10800 Meteorite Shower Domain * 2500 Celestial Realm Spirit * 1600 Celestial Realm Enlightenment * 1300 Constellation Force, Fire, * 2500 Constellation Force, Water, * 1800 Constellation Force, Wood, * 2000. Wow! Wang Teng was delighted. The corners of his lips lifted up unconsciously. His efforts didn't go to waste. Chapter 1099, Trembling from Anger. When will the men in the Wang family stand up? Wang Teng felt extremely comfortable when the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Different types of force twirled around his body, swimming to his limbs and meridians before settling in his force constellations. Boom! Wang Teng trembled. He was undergoing a breakthrough. Along with a crisp sound, Wang Teng's metal force constellation advanced from the first-level celestial stage to the second-level celestial stage. Constellation Metal Force, 13,000 20,000, celestial stage second level, boom, boom. The commotion in his body hadn't stopped. Instead, it became more violent. Above the sea of nihility, 27 force constellations flew out and spun furiously. It was a majestic sight. Unfortunately, it was in his body, so no one could see it. The 27 constellations represented wood force, earth force, and water force. There were 9 constellations for each force, signifying the 9th-level planetary stage. After some time of accumulation, the 3 forces had reached the peak of the planetary stage. In addition, when Wang Teng destroyed the battlecraft from the Olant Federation, many martial warriors died, and all of them dropped attribute bubbles. Things were just progressing normally after much accumulation. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 different types of constellations crashed into one another and formed 3 whirlpools. Different crystal matters spun and congregated within the whirlpools. One was emerald green and full of vitality. One was earth brown, thick and sturdy. One was azure blue, smooth and vast. After some time, the 3 constellation whirlpools condensed into 3 celestial stage constellations. They roamed freely above the sea of nihility, giving off a strong vitality that swarmed through Wang Teng's body. Boom! Wang Teng underwent 3 leaps in his status of life. He was moving toward perfection. His skin, muscles, bones, blood, everything was undergoing a transformation. Wang Teng closed his eyes uncontrollably to savor this feeling. It felt amazing. 3 transformations. No one could experience his happiness. After some time, Wang Teng's water, wood, and earth force advanced to the first-level celestial stage. Constellation Wood Force, 1500 10,000, celestial stage first level. Constellation Water Force, 2200 10,000, celestial stage first level. Constellation Earth Force, 9600 10,000, celestial stage first level. His Earth Force saw the most improvement, touching the peak of the first-level celestial stage. He would be able to achieve another breakthrough soon. He had to attribute this advancement to Sheng Luo. He got more than 10,000 points of Constellation Earth Force from him. Impressive. His Fire Force also rose, but it didn't reach the breakthrough point. After all, it was already at the 7th-level celestial stage. More attribute points were needed to reach the breaking point, making it that much harder. He received a special force attribute too. It was the Light Force attribute. The female martial warrior from the Olant Federation called Qing Lun possessed the Light Force. Hence, Wang Teng got many light force attributes from her, a total of more than 6,000 points. The problem was, he didn't have any light force scripture, so his light force was still stuck at the 13-star general stage. But his chance was here. Would there be a light force cultivation scripture on this Cosmos stage martial warrior? Wang Teng sniggered. He glanced at the goddess-like and cold green-haired female martial warrior with a great figure. A peal of sinister laughter sounded in his heart. Qing Lun, oh, she shuddered. For some reason, she felt an evil intention floating around her. A chill welled up her heart. Next was the Celestial Realm Spirit and Enlightenment. He received a total of 5,200 Celestial Realm Spirit and 4,500 Celestial Realm Enlightenment. It was a huge gain. Spirit, 215,050,000, Celestial Realm, Enlightenment, 172,050,000, Celestial Realm. Wang Teng felt satisfied when he looked at his spirit and enlightenment on the attributes panel. These two attributes rose greatly. The increase in his spiritual power allowed him to fight with 9th-level Cosmos stage martial warriors. Indeed, the attribute bubbles from powerful martial warriors gave him more benefits. Look at who he got attributes from recently. They were all Universe stage, Heaven stage, and Cosmos stage martial warriors. How could his attributes not increase? It was tiring since he had offended many formidable martial warriors and couldn't sleep properly at night, but it was worth it. Wang Teng felt that he was running happily on the path leading to hell. He shook his head with a bitter smile and looked at the two largest gains. Black Metal Domain, Meteorite Shower Domain. One came from Enlan while the other was from Sheng Luo. Most importantly, these were both powerful domains. The Black Metal Domain was a combination of metal and spiritual power. It was the advanced version of the Metal Domain and was more powerful than a normal domain. If Enlan knew that Wang Teng sneakily learned his domain, would he still feel fortunate to stay with him? His main skill had been stolen. As for the Meteorite Shower Domain, Sheng Luo gifted it to him. It was also very powerful. Among all the domains, it could be considered one of the top. Black Metal Domain, 1,000-2,000, second level, Meteorite Shower Domain, 1,500-2,000, second level. After careful counting, Wang Teng realized that he had 5 domains: Tempest Domain, Blazing Domain, Metal Domain, Black Metal Domain, and Meteorite Shower Domain. This was heaven-defying. Only a heaven-stage martial warrior could possess a domain. If an ordinary martial warrior was able to possess the power of a domain at the planetary stage or the celestial stage, he could be considered a genius among the geniuses. But Wang Teng had 5 of them. Even he felt that it was a little too much. But he couldn't help it. The heaven stage martial warriors kept finding him. He couldn't control them either. I think that planetary devastation domain sounds better. Wang Teng touched his chin as he wondered to himself. One silence, the system didn't reply to him. Meteorite Shower was still Meteorite Shower. Am I treating you too well? Why are you thinking of changing names? After picking up all the attributes, Wang Teng felt more refreshed. He flew back to the spacecraft with Enlan. Lock them up. Wang Teng pointed to the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Yes. Bertha nodded. The martial warriors from the Olent Federation turned pale, feeling humiliated. Their force and spiritual power were sealed, and they were locked up like mortal prisoners. Their fate would be decided after returning to Earth. Wang Teng returned to his spacecraft and met up with his family. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, are you all right? Wang Teng asked worriedly. I'm fine. Your grandpa? Wang Shenghua shook his head and told him what happened. Wang Teng was indignant. However, the people from the Olent Federation were all in his hands, so he didn't need to worry about them escaping. They would pay the price sooner or later. He looked at Grandpa Wang's face and took out a healing dan to feed him. He also executed a light force treatment on him. The color on Grandpa Wang's face returned at a visible speed. His condition was much better than before. The Wang family was dumbfounded. They were in awe. Brother Wang Ting, my chest feels stuffy from the fright just now. Can I have some too? Fang Qianwen asked. The little girl whined involuntarily when she saw her handsome cousin returning. All right. Wang Ting smiled and executed his light force treatment. He also treated the other elders. They had been through the same situation, so they were all frightened. The light force treatment could cure injuries and relax one's mood. Naturally, he didn't mind putting it to good use. Me too, Brother Wang Teng, I was scared too. I need some consolation. Wang Haoren shouted. Move. You're a man. This fright is nothing, Wang Teng scolded. He purposely didn't treat the young boys, but this little one came to ask him shamelessly. Men shouldn't be pampered. If not, they might back down when faced with different issues in the future. Idiot. Wang Shenjun slapped Wang Haoren's forehead with a black face. His son was embarrassing him. Wang Haoren was in a daze. He felt wronged. This difference in treatment was too obvious. Trembling in anger, when would the men in the Wang family stand up? Ha ha ha, the Wang family couldn't help but chuckle when they saw his expression. The atmosphere lightened up a little. Master. Bertha came in with Hardy and called Wang Teng softly. Wang Teng turned around. His expression became cold when he saw Hardy. If he didn't come back in time, the Wang family might end up in a worse state. Please punish me. Hardy half-kneeled on the ground and lowered his head before Wang Ting could open his mouth. When Wang Ting bought him, he didn't treat his new master with respect. However, after witnessing his strength, Hardy could no longer feel at ease anymore. This was the pressure of someone more powerful than him. Tempage, is this how you carry out my orders? Wang Ting shouted. Bertha sympathized with Hardy and wanted to speak up for him, but she realized she didn't have the right to open her mouth. Suddenly, she felt fortunate that Wang Teng didn't send her. She might not have done any better than Hardy. Wang Teng frowned. Although he was furious, he didn't know how to punish Hardy. He couldn't bear to kill him. It was rare to find a shadow assassin slave. If he groomed him properly, he would become a good subordinate. Wait. Grandpa Wang suddenly opened his mouth. Grandpa. Wang Teng turned around in surprise. He wondered what his grandpa wanted to say. He's not to be blamed. He tried his best. I led everyone out of the spacecraft because I couldn't see the people on Earth dying for us. That's why the Olent Federation managed to capture us, Grandpa Wang explained. Grandpa, how can you put yourself in danger? Wang Ting asked helplessly. We can't be the sinners of Earth. Grandpa Wang shook his head stubbornly. Wang Ting didn't know what to say. He could only sigh. He couldn't reprimand Grandpa Wang for what he did. Not everyone was heartless. If they abandoned Earth for their own survival, they might live in regret and agony for the rest of their lives. They would rather take the risk. Revenge was a dish best served cold anyway. All right, this isn't your fault. You can get up. Wang Ting wasn't an unreasonable person. After understanding what had happened, he didn't push the blame on Hardy and even held him up personally. Hardy was stunned. He didn't expect the Wang family to speak up for him nor for Wang Ting to let him go so easily. Other people might be unwilling to admit their mistakes. They might leave the mistake uncorrected and punish him anyway as a warning for the rest. He was just a slave. Who would show mercy to him? At this moment, Hardy suddenly felt that his master wasn't as bad as he thought. Thank you, Master. Hardy bowed. But, all the celestial stage martial warriors I brought along are dead. All of them? Wang Teng was stunned. He felt his heart aching a little. 59th level celestial stage martial warriors weren't cheap. They died to protect us, Grandpa Wang said sorrowfully. Wang Teng's anger towards the Olent Federation reached new heights. He sighed and said in a low voice, bury them properly. Yes. Hardy received the order. Then, he retreated to the side and stood beside Bertha. Return to Earth, Wang Teng ordered. Round Ball piloted the universe-level spacecraft and flew towards Donghai. Chapter 1100. He had been through too much. Donghai. The leader of martial arts and the others stood in the plaza in front of the Global Union building and looked up at the spacecraft in the sky. It was getting bigger and bigger. Although they had seen the spacecraft through the screen, they were still awestruck when it appeared in front of them. This spacecraft was powerful and terrifying. Where did Wang Ting get it? The spacecraft didn't land. It parked in midair because the plaza wasn't big enough to fit this gigantic universe-level spacecraft. The cabin door opened. Wang Ting led everyone down the spacecraft. Everyone, long time no see. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings and saw many familiar faces. There were the leader of martial arts, the three great commanders, Dan Taixian, Yi Jisin, and others. It was fortunate that they were still alive. This time, the Olent Federation came for the Wang family. Hardy and the 50 Celestial Stage martial warriors bore the brunt of the attack, so they didn't die. However, they were injured. It must be from the recent battle. Wang Ting, please let me thank you on behalf of Earth. The leader of martial arts was emotional. He suddenly bowed at Wang Ting. Please don't do this. Wang Ting was shocked. He quickly held on to the leader and continued in a low tone, I'm the one who owes everyone an apology. He learned from the Wang family that the Olent Federation had destroyed 2 cities on Earth. Wang Ting felt ashamed when he thought about all those people. No human was emotionless. The people in the 2 cities died because of him. He felt guilty. You don't have to blame yourself. The Olent Federation invaded Earth because they chose this planet as their trial ground. Without you, our situation would have been worse. Nothing can be prevented. Rather than saying that they were targeting you, it's more accurate to say that they were targeting our planet, the leader of martial arts said painfully. Mr. Wang Ting, this is not your fault. The Olent Federation is in the wrong. They caused everything. Yes, we understand. It's the fault of the Olent Federation. The leaders of the different nations agreed in unison. They were outraged. Don't worry. I'll make sure the Olent Federation pays the price for everything. Wang Ting took a deep breath and promised them. With our ability, we might not be able to, the leader of martial arts said worriedly. Although he didn't finish the sentence, the intention was clear. They couldn't win against the Olent Federation. The other leaders of the nations were worried too. They got frightened by the attacks from the Olent Federation. One fleet was enough to annihilate them. They had no chance of resisting. Wouldn't it be more dangerous if they went to the Olent Federation directly to find them? They trusted Wang Teng's ability, but the Olent Federation was still a universe civilization while Wang Teng was just one person. He was resisting an entire civilization alone. Anyone could tell that there wasn't any comparison. The Wang family looked at Wang Teng worriedly. We don't have to take revenge so quickly. If you aren't confident, we can wait, Grandpa Wang persuaded him. It's all right. I did my research. There are only 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation. We caught one, so there are 2 left. The threat isn't huge. We can deal with them, Wang Teng smiled and explained. Really? The leader of martial arts and the leaders of the nations were elated. They hated Olent Federation to the core, so they would definitely take revenge if they could. They were just worried that they couldn't beat them. Of course. Wang Teng nodded. He knew that humans needed to vent their anger or it would harm their cultivation. Besides, they were about to step into the universe. If they didn't have enough confidence, they wouldn't be able to hold their position. They wouldn't walk far without confidence. Wang Teng wanted to use this situation to give confidence to the people on Earth. Prepare yourselves. I'll lead you to demand an answer from them 2 days later, Wang Teng said. Yes. The leader of martial arts and various nations clenched their fists and nodded firmly. Wang Teng returned to the residence with his family. The other matters would be settled by the leaders. Especially for the 2 cities that were destroyed. There were many things to settle over there. The leader of martial arts had already sent people there for the rescue. They hoped that they could find some survivors since many of them had escaped into the underground shelters. They might have survived. A few hours later, rescue efforts were in progress, and news started to come back. Most of the people in these 2 cities survived. Only those that didn't enter the underground shelters in time lost their lives. This was the good news among all the bad news. Wang Teng and his family heaved a sigh of relief. The fewer people died, the lesser their guilt. Even though many people told them that it wasn't their fault and the Olent Federation was to be blamed, Grandpa Wang and the others didn't think this way. They couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. Fortunately, the situation was better than imagined. Thank you. Dan Taixian personally came to deliver the news. Wang Ting sent her to the door and thanked her. Why are you thanking me? Have we gotten distant after not seeing each other for a few months? Dan Taixian rolled her eyes and replied casually. I don't dare to do that. Wang Ting smiled. Am I very fierce? Dan Taixian glared at him and asked. You're a celestial stage martial warrior. I can't beat you. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting burst out laughing when he saw her frustrated expression. How do you cultivate? You were still at the planetary stage when you left, but now, you're already at the celestial stage. Dan Taixian sized up Wang Ting and asked in disbelief. Do you want to know? Wang Ting asked in a mysterious tone. Do you have some bug that can help you increase your cultivation speed? Dan Taixian sniggered. Wang Ting, did all ladies have such an accurate sixth sense? Come, tell me what your bug is. Let me see if I can find it online and download it. Dan Taixian thought that Wang Ting was stunned by her reply, so she smiled proudly and hooked her fingers at him. Cough, lean over. Let me tell you secretly. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and whispered to her while glancing around him. Dan Taixian cooperated with him and leaned over. Wang Ting stared at the fair and smooth ear inches away from him. He could almost see the tiny hairs and capillaries on it. He had the sudden thought of pinching it. Would she cry if he pinched it forcefully? He wondered what she would look like if this evil lady cried. Although Wang Ting was curious, he suppressed the urge. He didn't know if she would cry, but he would definitely be beaten to death. There was no doubt about it. My bug is, Wang Ting raised his voice out of the blue, my amazing talent. Ha ha ha. Dan Taixian got a fright. Her heart almost skipped a beat. She was furious. You little brat, how dare you trick me? Stop right there. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Wang Teng's ear. Unfortunately, he was prepared and dodged her hand. He stuck out his tongue at her. The two of them ran around for some time before Dan Taixian stopped. She panted and asked, Are you really going to the Olent Federation a few days later? Yes. Wang Teng nodded. Let me come with you. I want to see the universe, Dan Taixian continued. Sure. You're almost at the planetary stage now, right? Wang Teng looked at her and knew immediately that she wasn't far from her breakthrough. I'm not as perverted as you. I need another 2 to 3 months. Dan Taixian shook her head. Wang Teng nodded. He contemplated for some time before saying, Come over. What? Are you trying to trick me again? Dan Taixian looked at him vigilantly. I'll give you one chance to reorganize your words. You won't receive my gift if you don't come over, Wang Teng said. What gift? Dan Taixian detected something amiss from his sentence. She was puzzled, but she still went over. Wang Teng didn't trick her this time. He lifted 2 fingers and tapped Dan Taixian's forehead. Dan Taixian was stunned. She stopped the urge to step back and allowed his fingers to land on her forehead. Boom. The next instant, her mind trembled, and 2 streams of information gushed in. What is this? Dan Taixian widened her eyes in disbelief. Sure. Wang Teng placed a finger on his lips and said mysteriously, Go back and look through it. Wang Teng gave her 2 scriptures. One was the Wind Element Planetary Stage scripture, the Raging Gale scripture, and the other was the Metal Element Celestial Stage scripture, the Celestial Metal scripture. Dan Taixian had only converted her metal force into constellation force. Her wind force didn't advance because she didn't have the relevant scripture. The cultivation speed of a celestial stage scripture was much faster than a planetary stage scripture. That was why Wang Teng gave her a metal element celestial stage scripture. Dan Taixian's cultivation speed would increase tremendously with these 2 scriptures in hand. This is too much, Dan Taixian said with a complicated expression. It's nothing to me. You protected me in the past, so this is a small favor I can help you with. Advance quickly. Wang Teng turned and waved his hand as he walked into the Wang family residence. Dan Taixian suddenly felt a little emotional when she saw his back. He had been through too much. In the past, Wang Ting was still the young man she needed to protect. Now, he was able to stand in front of everyone and bear the hope of the planet on his shoulder. She could imagine how heavy the pressure was. The figure might be tall and straight, but she could see the huge burden he carried on his shoulders. Are you touched? Wang Ting suddenly turned and chuckled. Dan Taixian, a beautiful face tensed up, and her emotions were hidden one by one. I'm leaving. Dan Taixian turned around and left. Women. Wang Ting shook his head. He didn't see her firm gaze after she turned around and the unnoticeable smile at the edge of her lips. Wang Ting, even if I can't protect you anymore, I'll work hard to catch up with you so that I can stand beside you. Chapter 1101, HMPH, Scumbag. 1. After sending Dan Taixian off, Wang Ting thought for a moment and went to look for Lin Chuhan. She must be terrified along with the Wang family. After confirming their relationship, he didn't spend much quality time with her and even made her suffer. Lin Chuhan was cultivating in the cultivation room. What happened this time was a huge blow to her. She felt useless. When danger came, there was nothing she could do. She didn't want to experience this sense of helplessness again. Thus, she worked hard in her cultivation whenever she had the time. Wang Ting crept into the cultivation room silently without disturbing her. He observed her cultivation process from the side. With his current cultivation, he immediately saw the problem with her cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's foundation was strong, so there wasn't an issue with that. Looking at the force in her body, she was already at the 11-star general stage. Her speed was amazing. She was one of the top-notch talents on Earth. Of course, if Wang Ting didn't give her all the advanced rank scripture and other cultivation resources, she wouldn't be able to achieve this speed. You could say that her current condition was much better than Wang Ting's in the past. After some time, Lin Chuhan opened her eyes and saw Wang Ting. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. Why are you here? I came to watch you cultivate and guide you. Wang Ting walked forward and replied with a smile. Continue boasting. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. She was caught between laughter and tears. You're already a celestial stage martial warrior. Why are you still so immature? What else? I don't want to be a wise old man. Wang Ting shook his head. Right, you're right. Lin Chuhan laughed. You're at the general stage now. You can start converting your force into constellation force. Wang Ting changed the topic. Yes, I'm planning to start the process soon and prepare myself for the advancement to the planetary stage. Lin Chuhan nodded. You should change your scripture. Your current cultivation speed is too slow. Wang Ting touched his chin and said. This is still slow. Lin Chuhan was speechless. Of course, look, you're only at the 11-star general stage. It's still a long distance away from the planetary stage. You need to work harder, Wang Ting said earnestly. Lin Chuhan, she worked so hard to get here, but Wang Ting said that it wasn't enough. This was infuriating. He was the perverted one. Seriously, talk was cheap. Come, prepare yourself. Wang Ting tapped Lin Chuan's forehead and passed some scriptures and battle techniques to her. Lin Chuhan was stunned. She felt a few scriptures and battle techniques appearing in her mind and was astounded. She looked through the information briefly and learned that these were powerful and rare scriptures and battle techniques. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get them. Yet, Wang Ting gave them to her. She felt touched. If she knew that he just gave 2 scriptures to Dan Taixian, would she still be grateful towards him? HMPH, scumbag. Don't disappoint me, my dear. Wang Ting patted her shoulder and said. Who's your dear? Are you looking for a beating? Lin Chuhan regained her senses and slapped his arm while complaining sweetly. Ha ha ha, if you're not my dear, what are you? My wife. Wang Ting didn't dodge. He laughed instead. What are you saying? Lin Chuhan blushed. Why are you embarrassed? Our parents have started preparing our engagement party. You'll be mine soon. Wang Ting smiled. We're not engaged yet. Aren't you worried that I'll regret it? That's not up to you. You can't run away after entering my family. Wang Ting teased her. You're becoming more and more shameless. Lin Chuhan was speechless. Thank you for your compliment, Wang Teng replied indifferently. Lin Chuhan. Suddenly, Wang Ting leaned towards her, his nose almost touching hers. His scorching breath landed on her pretty little face. Lin Chuhan was shocked. Her face turned red instantly, but she didn't dodge Wang Ting's gaze. She just closed her eyes silently. However, after some time, what she expected didn't happen. Lin Chuhan couldn't help but part her eyes slightly. She was embarrassed and furious when she saw Wang Teng chuckling. He finally leaned forward and pecked her lips. Lin Chuhan widened her eyes in surprise. Their lips separated after some time. Lin Chuhan was blushing and panting slightly. Her gaze was extremely gentle when she looked at Wang Ting. Sister, brother Wang Ting, what are you doing? A voice was heard outside the door. At the same time, a small head popped in and stared at them with a smile. It was Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuhan started to feel embarrassed. Her face turned redder, and she evaded Lin Chuxia's gaze. She started combing her long hair floating in front of her as if nothing had happened. I'm discussing some serious things with your sister. Wang Ting was different. He had thick skin, so he found some random excuse and replied to Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuhan. Really? Lin Chuxia, eyes closed face. Chapter 1102, Chimph, Scumbag. 2, Cough, you little girl, what do you know about adult matters? Wang Ting felt uncomfortable under her gaze. I'm not a little girl anymore. Lin Chuxia straightened her back and complained unhappily. Lin Chuhan had regained her composure by now. She walked forward and patted her sister's head. Why aren't you cultivating? Why did you come and look for me? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for brother Wang Teng, Lin Chuxia replied instantly. Ungrateful fellow, Lin Chuhan said. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng burst out laughing. Why are you looking for me? I haven't seen you in a while. I want you to play with me, Lin Chuxia said happily. Lin Chuhan glared at her. Wang Teng doesn't have the time to play with you. Nothing will happen if he plays with me for a while, Lin Chuxia refuted. Alright, I haven't accompanied her for a long time. I'll make an exception for you today. Wang Teng stopped their argument quickly. You're pampering her. You're going to spoil her like this, Lin Chuhan said angrily. It's alright to pamper a lady. That way, she won't be fooled easily in the future, Wang Teng replied. That's right, Lin Chuxia agreed. This is bullshit. What are you even saying? Lin Chuhan got furious. Brother Wang Teng, where are we going? Lin Chuxia stuck out her tongue at her sister and turned to ask Wang Teng. Let me bring y'all to the virtual universe today. Wang Teng contemplated for some time before he thought of this idea. The virtual universe? The two of them were stunned. What's that? Lin Chuhan asked. It's like a virtual world, Wang Teng explained simply. The two ladies were surprised, finding it unbelievable. They didn't think that such amazing technology existed in the universe. Wang Teng brought them into the universe-level spacecraft. He was a baron of the Great Qian Empire. It was easy for him to settle the citizenship for a few people. Round Ball did some work and Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuhan possessed citizenship of the Great Qian Empire. The virtual universe. Inside the Great Qian Empire's territory. The three of them logged in using their Great Qian Empire's citizenship, so naturally, they appeared within the boundaries of the Great Qian Empire. There was a huge plaza filled with people packed like sardines in a can. There was no end to it. Different races from the universe strolled through the plaza. It was an extraordinary scene. 2 eyes weren't enough to capture all the scenery. The two ladies were stunned when they saw this grand view. Wow! Lin Chuxia exclaimed. This place is huge and lively. The virtual universe is the same as the real world. Lin Chuhan pinched her arm and scanned her surroundings again, carefully observing everything here. She was flabbergasted. Everything in the virtual universe is the same as the real world. There's no difference, Wang Teng replied with a smile. This is amazing. Lin Chuhan took a deep breath to calm herself down. There are many races here. They all look powerful. Lin Chuxia didn't know where to look. She was awestruck. The universe is boundless and the number of races is countless. Some races are born at the planetary stage, some at the celestial stage, or even the cosmos stage. They're very powerful, Wang Teng replied. They're born at the celestial stage or the cosmos stage. The two ladies were dumbstruck. Does that mean they don't have to cultivate? You're wrong. In the universe, there are numerous martial warriors at the cosmos stage and below. They're nothing in front of powerful factions though. Only heaven stage martial warriors have some power and status. Although these powerful races have a further starting point, the path ahead is still long, Wang Teng explained. But, in the Olent Federation, a cosmos stage martial warrior is the guardian of a galaxy, right? Aren't they considered powerful? Lin Chuhan asked. The Olent Federation is just a low-tier civilization, a small faction in the universe. Let's take the Great Qian Empire as an example. It has a few 100,000 low-tier civilizations under it, Wang Teng lamented. He wasn't looking down on the Olent Federation. He was just telling the truth. After entering the Great Qian Empire, he realized that low-tier civilizations like the Olent Federation were pitifully small. A few 100,000. The two ladies widened their eyes in surprise with their mouths agape. They looked quite cute. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng laughed involuntarily. Of course, to Earth, the Olent Federation is already a powerful presence. I almost got scared to death. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes at Wang Ting, finally regaining her composure. Let's go. I'll bring you around so that you can get familiar with this place. It will make it easier for you to integrate into the universe, Wang Ting said. The two ladies went towards the streets outside the plaza under Wang Teng's lead. Shopping. Shopping in the virtual universe was a whole new experience. Wang Teng explained the situation in the universe while accompanying them to tour the various malls. This is the Rune Treasure Pavilion. There are many unique and special weapons, dons, spiritual herbs, etc. You can buy anything here. This is Universe Bank, the greatest bank and one of the giants in the universe. It has branches in all the powerful factions in the universe. This is the Secondary Career Alliance. Do you know what the Secondary Career Alliance is? It's an alliance formed by rune masters, blacksmiths, alchemists, and other professionals. It's also one of the giants in the universe. I'm a part of them. Silence. A grand and magnificent map of the different factions in the universe appeared before the ladies' eyes following Wang Teng's introduction. They felt a longing for this world. You had to admit that shopping was a woman's nature. Even though Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuhan were unfamiliar with virtual reality, once they entered the malls, they seemed to have stepped foot in their own territory and were extremely familiar with everything. Wang Teng wondered if they had come here before. However, Earth wasn't registered, so they couldn't use the universe delivery system. In the end, the ladies' shopping desires weren't satisfied. Wang Teng had to promise them that he would fulfill their wish again after bringing them to the Great Qian Empire. The two ladies finally let him go. Happy moments passed quickly. The three of them threw all matters to the back of their minds and played in the virtual universe for an entire day. They felt much more relaxed. After the fun, Wang Teng gave some cultivation resources to the sisters. These low-rank resources were useless to him and he wouldn't be able to sell them for much money in the universe either. They would be put to better use if he gave them out for their cultivation. Especially Lin Chuxia. Her demon lotus poison body was an extremely powerful poison physique that was rare even in the universe. Wang Ting had high hopes for her future. However, the poison element resources she needed were huge too. She was like a bottomless well. Lin Chuxia wouldn't be able to feed herself. She could only rely on her brother-in-law. However, Wang Teng didn't receive any poison element planetary stage scripture, so he had nothing to give to Lin Chuxia. He could buy one though. Anything could be bought with money. But, his 5 elements were already at the celestial stage. He wasn't in a hurry to raise his poison force. Moreover, he wanted to see if he could get some poison element attributes out of anyone. Free things were always better. As for Lin Chuxia, she was only at the 9-star soldier level. She still had some distance to go before breaking through the planetary stage, so there was no rush. Work hard on your cultivation. Once I settle the things in the Olent Federation, I'll bring you to my territory. Wang Teng patted Lin Chuxia's head and said. Your territory? Lin Chuhan asked. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I have a galaxy in the Great Qian Empire as my territory, Wang Teng replied casually. Lin Chuhan, Lin Chuxia, this brat put on a really good show. A galaxy as his territory. The two ladies didn't dare to think further. Unfortunately, before they could ask him anything, Wang Ting waved his hands and left. Leaving immediately after boasting was the coolest move. Chapter 1103, Departure and Preparations. 2 days later, a huge group of people gathered in front of the Global Union building. The leader of martial arts and the heads of the nations were all present. Today was the day that Wang Ting would depart for Olent Federation to seek justice. He wanted to let them know that Earth was not to be bullied. No one can trample on his planet. You have to be careful when you go to the Olent Federation. I really wanted to go with you guys, but Earth can't be left unprotected. The three great commanders smiled bitterly. Don't worry. Be prepared to watch a fireworks broadcast. I promise it will be spectacular. Wang Ting smiled. Fireworks broadcast. Everyone was slightly taken aback. You will know when the time comes. Wang Ting snickered. The crowd couldn't help but take a moment of silence for the Olent Federation. They always felt he wouldn't do anything humane. Let's go. Wang Teng didn't say much and brought everyone on the universe-level spacecraft. The universe-level spacecraft departed from Earth and headed to Olent planet. Everyone below watched as the spacecraft disappeared before leaving with complicated feelings. There were many people who went on the spacecraft. Among them were the leader of martial arts, Dan Taixian, Yi Jisin, and the heads of the nations. Country Xia brought the most people. The heads of the nations were envious of it. They couldn't do anything about it though. After all, Wang Teng was from country Xia. No one would dare to say anything if he was biased. The people from country Xia included members of the Wang family, Lin Chuhan and her sister, and some of Wang Ting's friends, such as Xu Jie, Bai Wei, Bailey Qingfeng, Lu Shu, Song Shuhang, Hu Pingliang, Han Zhu, Wn Baiqiu, and others. There were even presidents of Huanghai University, Peng Yuanshan, and Tong Hu. As his alma mater, Wang Ting didn't forget about them. They had advanced to the peak of the 13-star general stage at a rapid pace and possessed constellation force. They were now trying to reach the planetary stage. There were also the presidents of Jinlin University and the First University and Old Han from the Huanghai Military Academy. They were now planetary stage martial warriors, and they would be the first batch of people to step into the universe in the future. The state of these pioneers was extremely peculiar. Although they were not young, they had reached their peak during the harsh environments of the past. They were all talented people. Now that the opportunity was presented to them, their growth was uncontrollable and extraordinary compared to ordinary people. Wang Teng was astonished when he saw these three elders. He felt that they could reach greater heights in the future. It was not impossible for them to reach the cosmos stage. The appearance of multiple cosmos stage martial warriors on an underdeveloped planet was something incredible. However, Wang Teng felt that it was highly possible. It wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone gathered together in the spacecraft. The panorama mode was activated, and the universe was presented to everyone. The spectators were amazed when they saw what was in front of their eyes. Dead silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Ever since humans had thoughts, they had been looking up at the stars. Many people had struggled for countless years in order to step foot into this unknown field. That dream was now fulfilled. Although various countries had carried out experiments on spaceships, only a few astronauts had entered space. There were further limitations and restrictions to their activities in space. It wasn't like how they were able to move freely in the spacecraft and embark on long voyages and travel to unfamiliar parts of the universe that were hundreds of thousands of light-years away. Everything felt like a dream. It was too unreal. After a long time, Old Han said with a complicated expression, I can finally set foot in this universe. I have no regrets after waiting for so long. The leader of martial arts and Yu Shouxian heard that and nodded in agreement. Even the heads of the nations were full of amazement and felt that this trip was worthwhile. Wang Teng understood their feelings. He was the same when he left Earth for the first time. He smiled. This is just the beginning. Ha ha ha, that's right. This is just the beginning. I can still go further. Jinlin University's president laughed. That's right, that's right. It's still too early to say anything about regrets. Old Han smiled as he brushed his beard. The first university's Yu Shouxian didn't say anything. However, that smile on his face and the glow in his eyes showed that he was full of emotions as well. After appreciating the vast space, the spacecraft entered the dark universe. A long time later, their excitement died down. Everyone stopped gazing outside and went back to cultivate and rest. As for the people of country Xia, they gathered together to chat and learn more about some things in the universe from Wang Teng. The few presidents talked about the current situation in country Xia and Earth. Among the topics, the one that they were most concerned about was the cultivation of the next generation of martial warriors. Wang Teng, you can't be biased and only look after Huanghai Military Academy. The first university is at its tipping point. Yu Shouxian suddenly smiled bitterly. Now, Huanghai Military Academy was the best military academy in country Xia. Its reputation was even greater than the first university and was renowned globally. Many talented martial warriors enrolled in the academy once the admission cycle started. Everyone knew that this was the academy that Wang Teng was from. Whether it was the academy's qualification or its future resources, it would be unmatched by the other institutions. There was also news that Wang Teng would fund his alma mater and there was no need to worry about resources. Huanghai Military Academy also added a lot of faculties for international martial warriors. Now that the entire globe was cooperating, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for martial warriors from various countries to be assimilated in country Xia. Jinlin University as well. There's an increase in the number of martial warriors. We don't have enough resources. The old president of Jinlin University also asked for help. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback. He didn't know why he was suddenly involved. The two of them were not young and were actually crying for his help. He was caught between laughter and tears. Ha ha ha, you guys are jealous. Wang Teng's from Huanghai Military Academy. It isn't wrong for him to take care of his alma mater. Old Han smiled with pride. You can't say that. Nurturing martial warriors is the top priority. Every institution is trying its best and working hard. This is just preferential treatment. Yu Shouxian shook his head. We don't need much. Just distributing half of the resources to us would be enough. Jinlin University's president chimed in. Haha, you will have to find the leader of martial arts for that. It's no use talking to me. Old Han rolled his eyes and smiled. The leader of martial arts suddenly had a headache. He was now implicated in this matter. He had no solution either. Martial arts was now on a resurgence, and the number of martial warriors on Earth would definitely surge. The resources on Earth alone were not enough at all. That was why everything depended on Wang Teng. Don't worry, everyone. I have a galaxy territory in the Great Qian Empire. There are sufficient resources. Wang Ting had no choice but to speak up. He had told this to Lin Chuhan and her sister, but he hadn't had the chance to inform the leader of martial arts and the others yet. Now, he had to reassure them. These people were heartbroken for Earth and Wang Ting couldn't bear to let them continue to have wild thoughts. Everyone, a galaxy territory? They doubted their ears and looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. You mean a galaxy? The leader of martial arts gulped and asked. That's right. I obtained a galaxy after inheriting the Baron title in the Great Qian Empire. Wang Ting nodded. Goodness. Everyone gasped when they heard the definite answer. They couldn't take it. Their minds were blown as if they had been struck by lightning. Cough, is everyone okay? Wang Ting cleared his throat and asked carefully. Sure enough, it wasn't a good thing to be this agitated when they were old. When he looked at them, he felt that Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were better at accepting the news. But he didn't know that the concept of a galaxy was too impactful for a country's leader. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia just thought that it was enormous and didn't think about it too much. Let us calm down. Yu Xiuxian waved his hand. Yes, let us calm down. My heart can't take it. Old Han clutched his chest. Wang Teng was afraid that these elders would pass away and that he would become a sinner just like that. After a while, the leader of martial arts and the others finally accepted this fact with complicated expressions on their faces. My plan is to use my territory as a transfer station in the future to let martial warriors from Earth transit in the universe. Wang Teng saw that and continued speaking. How do we transit? The leader of martial arts pondered. By using a space array. That's a valid solution. Yu Xiuxian nodded. We can only use space arrays. Otherwise, the distance would be too great, and it would take up a lot of time. Wang Teng shook his head. Will this expose Earth's location? Jinlin University's president hesitated. Yes, this would expose Earth's location. It's extremely dangerous. We're still too weak in front of the major forces in the universe. Old Han said. That's why we need to obtain ownership of the Milky Way. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he replied. Milky Way. Everyone was stunned. That's right. This is my other objective of heading to the Olent Federation, Wang Teng responded. With the Milky Way, I can set the teleportation arrays on other planets instead of placing them directly on Earth. That would reduce the risk greatly. I see. Everyone was enlightened. But we're talking about a galaxy. The Olent Federation wouldn't just hand it to us so easily. The leader of martial arts smiled bitterly. He felt that Wang Teng was too ambitious. He was talking about owning a galaxy. Was this the confidence of a noble from a high-tier civilization? Compared to him, they were just country bumpkins. How hurtful. That depends on how we execute things. Wang Teng's eyes twinkled. The leader of martial arts and the others exchanged glances, wondering what he had up his sleeves. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Just leave it to me. Wang Teng smiled. No one probed further. They could only pin their hopes on Wang Teng and go back to their cultivation. Chapter 1104, Law of Cause and Effect. The Virtual Universe. There was a huge city in the middle of the Great Qian mainland, known as Great Qian Sacred City. It was majestic and grand. This was called the Sacred City to differentiate it from Great Qian City in the real world. Almost all the powerful factions had bought properties here. Yes, they bought it even though it was in the virtual world. It was better not to look down on these virtual properties. They weren't cheap. Normal people couldn't afford them. Also, they might not have the right to buy them. Of course, with Wang Teng's noble status, he could buy a property here. Why did he buy one? This was a face value issue. Imagine a noble having to start from the initial entrance every time he entered the virtual universe. He wouldn't have a place to hold a meeting if he needed to. Wasn't that awkward? In Great Qian Sacred City, there was a huge patch of land covered by castle-like structures. This was the land of the Parker's family. A few familiar faces were present in a hall within these castle-like structures. Two elderly figures sat at the front of the hall. They were the Furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord. Andre, Sinclaman, Valtaru, and many others were standing below them. They didn't make a peep. After some time, a lofty figure abruptly appeared in the hall. Cao Hongtu. The person who appeared was Cao Hongtu, Universe Lords. Cao Hongtu immediately bowed and greeted the two Universe Lords above respectfully. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord nodded. How is it? The Furious Flaming Universe Lord asked. I have formed a collaboration with the Olent Federation. They will send a Heaven Stage martial warrior to capture Wang Teng's family members. They should be back soon. We have set up a trap with the other two Heaven Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Wang Teng won't be able to escape, Cao Hongtu replied. A sinister gaze flashed past his eyes. 4 Heaven Stage martial warriors. It should be enough. Since that brat has left Earth, the Cavendish and the G families won't be able to help him, the Furious Flaming Universe Lord said. Valtaru and Sinclaman were elated. That brat thinks that he can fight with us just because he's a triple-field Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance. How naive. Sinclaman snorted. We must use his blood to wash the humiliation the Parkers suffered, Valtaru said coldly. The Parkers will give you what you deserve once this issue is settled. We might be able to help you get back your Baron status, the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord said. Yes. Cao Hongtu was beaming with joy. He quickly bowed. Then, he hesitated. What's the matter? The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord asked. The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation have a request, Cao Hongtu said. What request? The Furious Flaming Universe Lord asked. They want some cultivation resources. Cao Hongtu briefly explained their request to the other party. That's easy. It's just some resources. We can give them. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord shook his head and closed his eyes. He was too lazy to bother about this issue. As expected of a low-tier civilization. They're so petty. Do they think that the Parkers will lie to them? Sinclaman said contemptuously. Tell them that they will get their share after the issue is settled, Valtaru said. Go ahead. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord closed his eyes and ordered Cao Hongtu to leave. I'll make a move first. Cao Hongtu nodded and left. Cao Hongtu is desperate. Sinclaman smiled as he stared at Cao Hongtu's back. He's willing to do anything for the Baron status. His daughter is still in Wang Ting's hands. But he doesn't care anymore. Valtaru smiled with disdain. He's just a dog of us Parkers. On the other hand, Wang Ting has been jumping around for too long. Sinclaman's expression turned ugly when he mentioned the name. If Grand Duke Chongshan hadn't carved the law of cause and effect on that brat so that the elders in our family can't touch him, things wouldn't be so troublesome, Valtaru said helplessly. The people in the hall turned silent. They seemed a little fearful. No sounds were heard thereafter. The Olent planet. Cao Hongtu opened his eyes in a large hall. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. In front of the hall, 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors with powerful auras were sitting on their thrones. Their gazes were sharp too as they blinked and opened their eyes. One of them was muscular and lofty. He was 3 meters tall, and his limbs were exceptionally bulky and thick. There were 2 sharp horns growing on his head, giving him a scary appearance. The other was only slightly taller than a normal earthling. He had pale green skin and slightly sharp ears. His face was filled with wrinkles, but they didn't seem to be a sign of aging. He was born like that. Brother Casso. A loud voice came from the Heaven Stage martial warrior with horns on his head. Thanks for waiting so long. Cao Hongtu smiled and continued, I've already contacted the 2 Universe Stage martial warriors. They have agreed to give you enough resources once you complete the task. Joy appeared in their eyes. It was almost unnoticeable. They exchanged glances with each other and silently shifted their gazes away. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. The other Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin said, the Earthling has to pay the price since he dares to offend the Olent Federation. We must teach this impudent fellow a lesson. Cao Hongtu smiled as he spoke. However, in his heart, he was cursing. The Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation would not give their commitment until they were certain of their success. He had promised many benefits to get them to cooperate with him. We will lay in ambush and wait for Sheng Luo to come back, the Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin said with ease. We'll make sure he can't escape once he lands in the Olent Federation. The Heaven Stage martial warrior with horns scoffed. I'll have to trouble you at that time. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior beside him is very strong. You need to be careful, Cao Hongtu said. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior? I met one once. They're indeed powerful, but don't worry. The 3 of us made a name for ourselves in the universe and have gained the rank of a 3-star mercenary. It's enough to deal with a Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior, the martial warrior with green skin said proudly. 3-star mercenary. Cao Hongtu was surprised. He didn't think that the other party possessed such strength. He nodded, and his doubts were cleared. Come, cheers to our successful collaboration, The heaven stage martial warrior with sharp horns raised the wine glass in his hand and shouted. All right, cheers. Cao Hongtu smiled when he saw how confident they were. Ha ha ha, cheers. Peals of laughter resounded in the hall. They seemed confident of their success. Universe-level spacecraft, Flaming River. Flaming River universe-level spacecraft zoomed through space at a high speed. The space coordinates of the Olent Federation weren't a secret. Hence, hyperspace travel could be executed. This would shorten the traveling time greatly. With the current speed of the spacecraft, they would arrive around 10 days later. Universe cruising was boring. Fortunately, Wang Teng was able to enter the virtual universe to hunt for star beasts and pick up attributes for his cultivation. Besides taking out some time to guide Lin Chuhan and her sister, meeting up with Bailey Qingfeng and his friends, and teaching the rest how to use the virtual universe, he spent the rest of his time in the virtual universe. Everyone on Earth had the citizenship of the Great Qian Empire and was familiar with the virtual universe now. They were slowly integrating into the universe. Wang Teng didn't need to worry about anything. Today, Wang Teng was cultivating in his room, scratch that, picking up attribute bubbles. Space and time attribute bubbles could be found randomly in the dark universe. These two attribute bubbles were precious, so every time Wang Teng entered the dark universe, he would release his spiritual power and void mayflies to check his surroundings. Once he found any attribute bubbles, he would pick them up immediately. As for the virtual universe, he allowed his clones to enter. He created 2 clones, one as an unregistered resident and one as a normal resident. This was how he achieved double cultivation speed. Doing 2 things simultaneously so that none was affected. Space *10 Space *12, Wang Teng released his spiritual power out like fishing nets and swept them through the dark universe as if he was fishing. Very soon, 2 more attribute bubbles flew over. They gave him 22 points of space attributes. There were fewer time attributes compared to space attributes. He had to rely on luck to find one. Normally, he would find 1 time attribute bubble after collecting 6 to 7 space attribute bubbles. This was God's gift. Huh! Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed. He saw a huge spacetime vortex on the left in the dark universe. There were many attribute bubbles floating inside the vortex. He just buttered up God and the reward came in the next second. Looks like I have to compliment God more. Wang Teng thought to himself secretly. Collect. He acted quickly and released his spiritual power, picking up all the attribute bubbles. Space *120 Space *30 time *35 time *40 time *25. I'm so lucky. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw the contents of the attribute bubbles. He felt that he was extremely lucky. More than 10 attribute bubbles were found, and all of them had a sizable amount of attributes. There were even time attributes. This round of gains made his wait today worth it. No, it made up for all these days of waiting. Space Physique, 16300300000, 3rd rank, time, 5:30 10,000. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction after looking through his attributes panel. The progress was a little slow but many a little make a mickle, especially for the time attribute. He collected a little every time, but there were already 530 in total. Wang Ting had a deeper understanding of time, and he could almost feel himself getting closer to touching that mysterious and occult power. He could faintly sense the passing of time. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. It was faint, but he knew it was there. I'll be amazing if I can execute a battle technique using the power of time. Wang Ting opened his eyes and touched his chin as he muttered to himself. There was a sharp glint in his pitch-black eyes. While he was in deep thought, Round Ball's voice suddenly resounded. Wang Teng, we have reached the Olent planet. Chapter 1105. This beautiful scenery is suitable for a reunion. They had reached the Olent Federation. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp, and he jumped to his feet. Come, let's give the Olent Federation a big present. He strode out of the cultivation room. The leader of martial arts and the others received the news too and gathered in the main control room. A huge planet appeared in front of everyone through panorama mode. It was at least 2 times the size of Earth. Is that the Olant planet? The leader of martial arts stared at the blue-green planet in awe. That's right, this is the main planet of the Olant Federation, the Olant planet. Wang Ting stepped in and answered them. Wang Ting, you're here. Everyone regained their senses and turned back. Haha, we have reached our enemy's doors. It's definitely time for me to come out, Wang Ting smiled and replied. Alert! Alert! A large universe fleet is detected ahead. An alert echoed in the room. They're here to welcome us. Wang Ting smiled. No one else felt as calm as him. They started to tense up. Wang Ting, will it be all right? Lin Chuhan whispered uncontrollably. Don't worry. Wang Ting patted her hand and stood in front of the main control station. He squinted slightly as he stared at the universe fleet flying toward them. A dangerous gaze shimmered in his pupils. To him, this universe fleet was countless attribute bubbles. The fleet gradually came to a stop in front of the spacecraft, blocking the path ahead. At a single glance, there were tens of thousands of battlecraft in this fleet. They parked on the outskirts of the Olant planet, forming a majestic line of defense. The size of this fleet was enough to force a heaven-stage martial warrior to turn back. Please stop where you are. No spacecraft are allowed to enter the Olant planet. Please head to the satellite dock for parking. Repeat. No spacecraft are allowed to enter the Olant planet. Please head to the satellite dock for parking. Anyone that resists will be viewed as an invader and be shot down. A voice came out from the Olant Federation's universe fleet, ringing through the air like thunder. The threat in the announcement was clear. Round ball, attack them, Wang Ting smirked and said in his mind. Watch me. These are just planetary and celestial-level universe spacecraft. Although they can threaten a heaven-stage martial warrior with their numbers, they won't be able to harm this universe-level spacecraft. Round ball chuckled, sounding excited. Under its control, the weapons on the Flaming River spacecraft lit up and spat fire. Before the universe fleet from the Olant Federation could react, numerous force shots had landed in their fleet. Boom! 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 The battlecraft turned into fireballs and plummeted down. Numerous broken metal fragments were thrown into space. As for the people in the battlecraft, they disappeared in the explosions before they had the time to scream. The planetary and celestial stage martial warriors died in masses. The leader of martial arts and the others were appalled. They had seen Wang Ting destroying the Olant Federation's battlecraft when they were on Earth, but at that time, the fleet was much smaller. Moreover, they saw the scene through a screen. Thus, the impact wasn't huge. Now, these battlecraft turned into fireballs right in front of them and became part of the space dust. This image stimulated their hearts. Lin Chuhan grabbed Wang Ting's hand tightly and frowned. She was a little nervous. At the same time, the martial warriors in the Olant Federation's battlecraft were in chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick! Retaliate! All spacecraft, activate your force cannons and strike down that spacecraft. Although Wang Ting had caught them off guard, they were a professional fleet, so they managed to react at once. The spacecraft started to gather energy and hurled attacks at the Flaming River spacecraft. Boom, boom, boom. The force cannons struck the Flaming River's defense shield, but it wasn't broken. It didn't even cause any damage. How is that possible? A Cosmos stage martial warrior on a Cosmos-level spacecraft shouted in disbelief. He was flabbergasted. General Rick, their spacecraft is powerful. It's probably a heaven-level or a universe-level spacecraft. We can't break its defense, a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior turned and said with a pale face. 1 inch, damn it. Why is there such a powerful invader? General Rick's expression turned ugly. He almost bellowed his order, activate the planet annihilation cannon. Only the planet annihilation cannon can deal with it. Ask the other battlecraft to hold it back. Do everything to buy us time. It mustn't get closer to the Olant planet. Yes, the martial warriors below replied loudly. Boom. A loud explosion shook their eardrums. A Cosmos-level battlecraft was hit the moment it activated its planet annihilation cannon, shattering into pieces with a loud bang. General Rick's expression froze. A drop of cold sweat fell down his forehead. F***K. A Cosmos-level battlecraft couldn't withstand one hit from their enemy. How were they supposed to fight? Retreat. Retreat. Get out of the enemy's attacking range. Ask the Cosmos-level spacecraft in front to move forward and block the enemy. We must buy time for the main battlecraft. A hoarse and exhausted angry roar came out of General Rick's throat. He was using this method to hide the fear in his heart. The Cosmos-level battlecraft started flying forward one after another. Boom. 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 Wang Ting stood in front of the main control station and enjoyed the scene. How beautiful. Record it and let the people on Earth admire it. The leader of martial arts and the others were perspiring profusely. Are you sure it's beautiful? Why do we find it horrifying? They almost couldn't withstand the impact this image gave them. Oh right, bring out the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. Let them savor this scene too. Wang Ting turned and spoke to Bertha. Yes. Bertha was stunned for a moment. She had a deeper understanding of her master's evil heart. The leader of martial arts exchanged glances with the other people. They felt that the martial warriors from the Olent Federation might break down if they saw this scene. Wang Ting was a little ruthless. After some time, Sheng Luo, Cloet, and the other martial warriors were brought forward. This bunch of martial warriors from the Olent Federation was already paraded through the streets when they were on Earth. They were covered in eggs and rotten cabbages, so they smelled sour and horrible. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? They almost died from embarrassment. However, as Cosmos stage or above martial warriors, they had a strong desire to live. No one was willing to die. Thus, they bore with it. They bore with the humiliation. Wang Ting covered his nose when he saw them, exclaiming in surprise, "Didn't you guys bathe?" Bertha, they're Cosmos stage and above martial warriors. Even if they're our prisoners, we need to treat them properly. We don't lack water. Please change them in the future. Yes. Bertha was speechless. The leader of martial arts and the others were at a loss for words too. This young man was heartless. The other party was in such a miserable state, but he didn't want to let them go. He even rubbed salt in their wounds. But no one took pity on them. These guys had asked for it. Everyone had to bear the consequences of their actions. Sheng Luo and the others were dying from anger and embarrassment. They glared at Wang Ting, hoping that they could skin him alive and tear him into pieces. Don't look at me like that. I'm a kind person. You're prisoners, but I still prepared a fireworks show for you. Wang Ting pointed in front of him and said with a smile. Sheng Luo and the others looked in the direction he was pointing and squinted. Boom. 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 Flames blossomed like beautiful flowers in the pitch-black space ahead. Behind the flames, they could see the familiar Olent planet. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Ting's voice rang beside their ears. You. Sheng Luo couldn't believe that Wang Ting honestly dared to come to the Olent planet. Where did he get his guts from? This fellow's balls were bigger than his wildest expectations. This beautiful scenery is suitable for a reunion. Wang Ting touched his chin and said. Everyone felt confused. What did he mean? Wang Ting waved his hand, and a few figures appeared in front of everyone. They stumbled and fell to the ground. Their faces were pale, and they appeared listless. They opened their eyes slowly, unaware of what had happened. Wang Ting, a young man with golden hair, gritted his teeth and bellowed as he glared at Wang Ting with hatred. He was the talent of the Blue Wolf Galaxy from the Olent Federation. Yet, he got locked up by this earthling for such a long time. This was a huge humiliation. Kathu, Pullin, Loggins, and the others regained their senses and glared at Wang Ting in anger. These were the talents sent by the Olent Federation to Earth for the trial. They wanted to pounce and fight with Wang Ting, but the struggle in the spiritual labyrinth had exhausted all their energy. They didn't go into hibernation because Wang Ting freed them. He didn't want them to sleep forever. Wang Ting did this on purpose because he wanted these talents to see how inferior and weak their Olent Federation, which they were proud of in the past, was now. Not an ounce of force was left in their bodies. There was no way they could fight with Wang Ting. No chance at all. Hence, they could only be tortured by their anger. The leader of martial arts and the others had a strange expression upon seeing Wang Teng releasing the talents from the Olent Federation. This was evil. "Hello, long time no see." Wang Teng waved his hand and smiled at them. Everyone, Wang Ting was a devil. They finally knew his intentions. He wanted to break the last line of defense in these young people's hearts and trample their confidence. Unfortunately, the young talents didn't know. What a bunch of poor little kids. "Wang Ting, how dare you imprison us? The Olent Federation will not let you go. Saint Star Pagoda will not let you go either. Earth will be destroyed because of you," Loggins said bitterly. Sheng Luo, Cloet. Chapter 1106. Did you misunderstand something? Earthlings who don't know their place are courting death. The Olent Federation is not an organization that an Earthling can provoke. Bastard. Be careful out there. Let us go right now. Argus and Loggins were the most prideful and were locked up for the longest. After being released, they started shouting and venting their anger. Although Kathu and Pullin were furious as well, they didn't make a ruckus. They were observing their surroundings, searching for an opportunity to escape. However, they realized the atmosphere was strange, and they noticed a few familiar faces among the crowd. President Sheng Luo, Cloet, Manka, Qing Lun, Alston, Oliver, Claude. These were all leaders of the Olent Federation, and some of them were their seniors. Kathu and Pullin widened their eyes, their jaws slowly dropping. They suspected that Wang Ting was casting a spiritual illusion on them. They saw the ones that they wanted to see the most. However, these leaders and seniors looked a bit disheveled. No, they were very disheveled. It was like they were just fished out from a pool of dung. It was inappropriate to talk about their leaders and seniors like that, but it was a fitting description. And their pale faces were filled with rage and even shame. All of these emotions were vividly displayed on their faces. It was very realistic. Even their emotions felt real. This bastard's spiritual illusion was truly terrifying. Kathu and Pullin exchanged glances with their hearts full of fear. They then looked at Wang Teng and smiled bitterly. "Wang Teng, stop fooling around. We know this is fake. Release your spiritual illusion. Isn't admitting defeat enough for you?" "What? Spiritual illusion?" Argus and Loggins were confused. Sheng Luo and the others, they wanted to open their mouths, but it was too awkward and humiliating. Even seniors like them were captured. If the juniors knew about this, they would be ashamed. They wanted to find a hole and bury themselves in it. They were secretly chanting in their hearts, "They can't see me, they can't see me," but it was useless. They had already seen them. But they were treated as a spiritual illusion. They didn't know whether to feel happy or depressed. "Kathu, are you sure this is a spiritual illusion?" Loggins didn't feel good. He then stared at Kathu with bloodshot eyes. He was going crazy. "Look at who that is." Kathu pointed towards the few people on the side. Sheng Luo and the others, they were targeted for no good reason. They had tried their best to diminish their presence, but this brat still recognized them. At this moment, they badly wanted to smack Kathu to death. President Sheng Luo, Cloet, Loggins read out the names one by one. His face was full of disbelief. He was even more shocked when he saw Claude. "Father! Father! Uncle!" Argus also cried out. Sheng Luo and the others knew that they couldn't hide it any longer and were about to speak. Argus and Loggins suddenly looked at each other and nodded. "It really is fake." Sheng Luo and the others were stunned and almost vomited blood. This wasn't what they had expected. These juniors couldn't even recognize them after so long. "They're blind. Wang Teng, I didn't expect your spiritual illusion to reach such a level where you can extract our memories," Argus said. They thought that Wang Ting must have never seen Sheng Luo and the others before. For him to reproduce such illusions, their memories must have been tapped on. "Wang Ting, how long are you going to humiliate us?" Loggins's eyes were getting redder by the moment as he roared. Sheng Luo and the others looked at him and frowned. This brat's spirit was going to collapse. "Fat. Lin Chuxia couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Bailey Qingfeng, Han Zhu, and the others had strange expressions as well. This group of fools was about to have their brains fried. They glanced at Wang Ting and felt that he was really black-hearted. A talent was played around like this. What are you laughing at? Loggins felt humiliated and roared at Lin Chuxia. So scary. Lin Chuxia retreated behind Wang Ting and patted her chest, looking frightened. In reality, she was just mocking him. Bang! Wang Ting swung his hand and slapped Loggins on his head. With a muffled sound, Loggins struck the floor before he could even react. Wang Ting! Loggins's head was buzzing, and he was bleeding from his mouth. He struggled to get up from the floor and glared at Wang Ting with his red eyes. A prisoner should know their place. Why are you shouting? Do you want to die? Wang Ting looked at him calmly. Loggins felt chills in his body under his calm stare. He closed his mouth subconsciously. However, he got angry from embarrassment, and his face became red like a tomato. Anyway, aren't you guys misunderstanding something? Wang Ting ignored him and smiled. What do you mean? Argus, Kathu, and the others frowned and sensed something strange in his smile. People around them were looking at them like they were idiots. Who said this was an illusion? If it's not an illusion, why are President Sheng Luo and the others here? Argus said coldly, you're still lying to us. Do you take us for fools? Ha ha ha, Wang Ting sat on the chair behind him and laughed heartily. These guys are so funny. At this point, they still think that this is an illusion. Their brains are really fried. They can't differentiate between reality and fantasy. What are you laughing at? Argus held back his anger. Sheng Luo, Cloet, tell them. Is this real? Wang Ting smiled at Sheng Luo and the others. Sheng Luo snorted with a bruised face. Cloet and the others had ugly expressions and didn't open their mouths. It was difficult for them to say something. Argus, Kathu, and the others saw that and gradually turned pale. An ominous premonition emerged in their hearts. No, this is all fake. You are lying to us. Loggins was full of disbelief. That's right. Stop humiliating us like this, Argus said coldly. Enough. Sheng Luo couldn't take it anymore and bellowed. He interrupted Argus and Kathu, preventing them from embarrassing themselves in front of others. You're just an illusion. How dare you yell at me? Argus didn't back off and retorted. Sheng Luo's face turned dark. This brat is asking for death. Cloet and the others were rendered speechless. They didn't know how to describe what they were feeling. They were treated as illusions. What was this? Ha ha ha, Lin Chuxia burst into laughter, and tears were about to flow down her eyes. She then held on to Wang Ting and said, I'm sorry. I can't take it any longer. You guys can go on. Go on. Don't mind me. Silence. When Argus and the others saw her like this, their hearts wavered. Sheng Luo and the others were extremely embarrassed but helpless. They wanted to vomit blood. Lin Chuhan was caught between laughter and tears. She then patted Lin Chuxia on her head and told her to restrain herself. The leader of martial arts and the others were enjoying the show. They had to admit that seeing the mighty people from the Olent Federation make a fool of themselves was extremely satisfying. What do you want? Sheng Luo glared at Wang Ting. Oh right. Let's get down to business. Let's watch the fireworks together. Wang Ting pointed outside and chuckled. Argus and the others followed his finger and were stunned. Their brains couldn't process things properly. Why is that planet so familiar? Olent planet. What's going on? Why is Olent planet appearing in front of my eyes? And what's with that explosion? They couldn't be blamed. Anyone who had been locked up for such a long time and suffered all kinds of mental torture would probably be dazed and feel that nothing was real. Especially when they saw something that was almost impossible. Isn't it spectacular? Wang Ting asked. This is your illusion as well, right? Argus' face was pale as he asked in disbelief. He was still reluctant to accept reality. But everything in front of his eyes was telling him that this could all be real. Otherwise, President Sheng Luo and the others wouldn't be this aggrieved and angry, and those earthlings wouldn't look at them like they were clowns. Loggins, Kathu, Pullin, and the others looked at Sheng Luo and Wang Teng. Their faces were full of disbelief. It showed how much of a blow it was to them. Their spirits were about to collapse. "If you think so, then it is," Wang Teng replied. Argus, Loggins, and the others turned pale and stepped back. They were stumbling and almost unable to support their bodies. They stared at the scene in front of them as if they were trying to find some flaws in it to prove that it was fake. But only disappointment greeted them in the end. Despair slowly rose in their hearts and could not be suppressed. Why is it like that? The Olent Federation that they were so proud of was collapsing in front of this Earthling. This was unbelievable. In space, battlecraft fell one after another, and the scene was too tragic to be described. In the blink of an eye, the entire fleet was reduced to a few spacecraft, which scattered around and fled in panic. They lost the courage to confront Flaming River. Several spacecraft couldn't even fire their planet annihilation cannons and were now reduced to scraps. And all of this happened in just a few minutes. The leaders of the Olent Federation didn't even have the time to react. Wang Teng didn't bother about the people from Olent Federation and used his spiritual power to pick up attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Water, *1500 Constellation Force, Wood, *2000 Celestial Realm Spirit *200. Chapter 1107, Aren't You Looking for Me? I'm Here. Constellation Force, Metal, *1800 Celestial Realm Spirit *600 Celestial Realm Enlightenment *1200 Emperor Level Metal Talent *500 Constellation Force, Fire, *1600 Emperor Level Fire Talent *700 Emperor Level Sword Talent *1000 Constellation Force, Wood, *2200 Celestial Realm Spirit *280 Constellation Force, Wood, *600 Constellation Force, Earth, *2500 Constellation Force, Wind, *3200. The attribute bubbles flew toward Wang Teng. He was too busy to look at all of them carefully. There were too many. This was a huge harvest. Thousands of universe battlecraft were bombarded with numerous martial warriors inside them. All of them were at the planetary stage and above, so there would definitely be many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He quickly sensed what was inside the attribute bubbles while digesting them. A vast amount of force flowed through his body and gathered within his force constellations. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, a loud explosion rang in his body. He had achieved a breakthrough. It wasn't just a breakthrough in one element. It was a 5-element breakthrough. Constellation Metal Force, 8,000 50,000, Celestial Stage 5th Level, Constellation Wood Force, 740,000, Celestial Stage 4th Level, Constellation Water Force, 1,840,000, Celestial Stage 4th Level, Constellation Fire Force, 1,280,000, Celestial Stage 8th Level, Constellation Earth Force, 23,000 30,000, Celestial Stage 3rd Level. He just had a breakthrough for his wood, water, and earth forces recently, but it was happening again. His wood and water forces had both reached the 4th level. His earth force had also entered the 3rd level and would reach the 4th level soon. As for his metal and fire forces, both rose tremendously. His metal force jumped from the 2nd level to the 5th level. His fire force progressed the fastest, already at the 8th level. His fire force had reached the last few levels, so the progression speed started to slow down. Although it entered the 8th level, it was only at the doorstep. Besides increases in his force, his spirit and enlightenment transformed too. Boom. Wang Teng's mind suddenly trembled along with his advancement. An unprecedented, refreshed and clear feeling flowed into his mind. His enlightenment had achieved a breakthrough. It jumped one level and rose from the celestial realm to the cosmos realm. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. Spirit, 32500 50,000, Celestial Realm, Enlightenment, 3001,00000, Cosmos Realm. Wang Teng never expected this huge rise in his enlightenment attribute. His enlightenment soared exponentially. Streams of knowledge and comprehension rushed into his mind like a cosmic explosion. Some things, which he found hazy in the past, started to become clearer. The enlightenment flashed through his mind like shooting stars. Wang Ting stretched out his hand to grab them. His pupils moved left and right as he started to gain a deeper understanding of various ideas and skills. 5-element FIS. Scripture amalgamation. Force amalgamation. Domain amalgamation. Wang Ting grabbed hold of these ideas tightly, clenching them firmly in his hands. He wouldn't let them go no matter what happened. These ideas would become Wang Teng's greatest assets in the future. He wasn't able to completely formulate them at the moment, but the accumulation and understanding from now on would turn these ideas into realities soon. Wang Teng didn't know that when formidable martial warriors reached the universe stage or the eternal stage, they would choose to amalgamate all their learnings and create a new unique scripture most suitable for themselves. He was walking on this path. Moreover, he was just at the celestial stage. It was unbelievable. During an advancement, the physical body, enlightenment, and spirit of a martial warrior would get transformed and upgraded to a certain extent. Thus, by theory, the higher the martial warrior's level, the higher his enlightenment and spirit. This was why universe stage and eternal stage martial warriors were able to create their own scriptures. Without enough enlightenment, everything was bullshit. Wang Teng's enlightenment was in the cosmos realm, close to the universe realm. He might not be able to create a complete unique scripture, but he could make some semi-finished products. For instance, in the past, his 5-element fist could only defeat planetary stage and below martial warriors. With his current enlightenment, he could optimize and improve this skill, making it a cosmos stage battle technique. Wang Ting's mind worked furiously. He looked at his spirit attribute. The rise in his spirit wasn't as astonishing as his enlightenment. It reached more than 30,000 and it was still in the celestial realm. Wang Teng continued looking down. Talent attributes. There was a complete upgrade of all his talents, especially the 5 basic elements. Imperial level metal talent, 2500 25,000 Imperial level wood talent, 3000 25,000 Imperial level water talent, 1400 25,000 Imperial level fire talent, 1800 25,000 Imperial level earth talent, 2600 25,000. The talent for his 5 basic elements advanced and reached the Imperial level. Wang Teng was more sensitive to the 5-element forces around him. Until this point, all of Wang Teng's talents were at the Imperial level and above besides his lightning talent. The improvement in his battle technique talents was humongous too. Imperial level sword talent, 1200 25,000 Imperial level blade talent, 2000 25,000 Imperial level axe talent, 1080 25,000 Imperial level arrow talent, 1500 25,000 Imperial level gun talent, 2200 25,000. Wang Ting scrolled through and noticed that all his Emperor level talents had advanced to the Imperial level. He even had an additional Imperial level gun talent. Talents for battle techniques were common. You would get one for every martial warrior killed. That was why Wang Ting's battle technique talents managed to rise so quickly to the Imperial level. He had picked up many talent attributes when he destroyed the Olent Federation fleet that attacked Earth. But it wasn't enough to achieve a breakthrough. After reaching the Imperial level, Wang Teng felt that he could handle any weapon with proficiency and there were no obstacles in understanding any battle techniques. He could learn Cosmos stage and below battle techniques with a single look. Higher battle techniques would take longer, but it wasn't a huge problem. Wang Ting felt invigorated when he saw the rows of Imperial level talents. This feeling came from the depth of his heart. He didn't have an obsessive-compulsive disorder, but it did look amazing. Within a few seconds, Wang Ting collected all the attribute bubbles and underwent a major transformation. But the people outside didn't know. The leader of martial arts and the others had complex feelings when they saw the crippled Olent Federation fleet. They shook their heads. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful universe civilization would end up in such a state. It was unexpected. Yet, they felt comfortable. It was worth the trip here. This was the only way they could vent their hatred after everything the Olent Federation had done to Earth. On the other hand, Shang Luo and the others had hideous expressions on their faces. Their skin turned white. They regretted provoking Wang Ting. If they didn't provoke him, they wouldn't be in this state. Argus and the young people widened their eyes in terror and shivered uncontrollably. They couldn't accept this reality. The Olent Federation that they felt proud of, they looked at Wang Ting as if he were a ghost. Wang Ting disregarded them and continued staring at the beautiful planet in front of him. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 3 powerful auras erupted from the Olent planet. They're finally here. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. 3 beams of light charged out of the planet at the speed of light. They came ferociously like 3 terrifying giant beasts. Who is this? Who dares to invade the Olent Federation? Their angry roars were already heard before the people arrived. One could hear their rage. Shang Luo and the others smiled when they heard the voices. Wang Ting snorted. He waved his hands, and 3 powerful force attacks shot out. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 beams of light were attacked the instant they came out of the planet. They resisted in haste, but they were still thrown back a few thousand meters. 3 figures appeared in the air, looking a little miserable. They glared at the giant spacecraft in front. A universe-level spacecraft, one of them exclaimed in shock. The other 2 were equally dumbstruck. Their faces turned green. No one had expected a universe-level spacecraft to attack the Olent Federation. Who are you? Since you dare to attack the Olent Federation, you should have the guts to come out. Why are you hiding? An angry bellow came out of the mouth of the martial warrior with horns on his head. Aren't you looking for me? I'm here. A voice floated out from the spacecraft. Wang Ting, the figure who spoke first, exclaimed in astonishment. What? Wang Ting? The other 2 figures were in disbelief. Wasn't Wang Ting that Earthling? Where did he get this universe-level spacecraft? Was this a joke? Senior brother Cao, I didn't expect to see you here. Wang Ting squinted upon noticing Cao Hongtu's figure. It's you. Cao Hongtu took a deep breath and replied in a bitter voice. He felt that things were getting troublesome. Wang Ting had a universe-level spacecraft. This was an indomitable presence. If he wanted to leave, 3 heaven-stage martial warriors couldn't stop him. Are you surprised? Wang Ting asked. Yes, I'm surprised. But do you think you can kill us with that spacecraft? Cao Hongtu blinked. He wanted to lure Wang Ting out of the spacecraft. Even if I can't kill you, I can destroy the Olent planet. Wang Ting sniggered. Bastard, how dare you think of destroying the Olent planet? The other 2 heaven-stage martial warriors were infuriated. They wished they could charge into the spacecraft to kill Wang Ting. What a joke. You can kill me and destroy Earth, so why can't I destroy your planet? Wang Ting asked calmly. The 2 heaven-stage martial warriors' faces turned distorted. They didn't know what to say. They never thought that an Earthling would have a universe-level spacecraft. This put them at a disadvantage. Brother Cao, let's break the defense shield of the spacecraft together and find a chance to infiltrate. This brat is just a celestial stage martial warrior. Once we enter the spacecraft, it will be ours, the heaven stage martial warrior with horns on his head said. The greed on his face was apparent. All right, let's fight our way in. Cao Hongtu's gaze turned sharp. At this point, he had no other choices. He could only grit. Chapter 1108. It felt a little offensive. Cao Hongtu and the other 2 heaven-stage martial warriors from the Olent Federation didn't hide their conversation. They spoke openly. Even if Wang Ting had a universe-level spacecraft, they still looked down on him. Let's give a slightly inappropriate example. It was like a little kid holding a gun. He might be able to kill other kids, but if he was facing adults, they would have ways to deal with him even though he posed some threat. Moreover, these adults had bulletproof vests. The 3 heaven-stage martial warriors finished their discussion and split up, heading to 3 different parts of the spacecraft. That way, Flaming River wouldn't be able to focus its firepower in one spot. They could also find a chance to damage the defense shield of the spacecraft while the other two martial warriors were distracting it. Wang Teng, they're going to attack the spacecraft, Roundball said grimly. Ch, how high is your success rate against 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors? Sheng Luo snorted. 2 of them are 3-star mercenaries like me. When I made a name for myself in the universe, you weren't even a cell. Another 3-star mercenary. And Lan frowned. Dealing with Sheng Luo was enough to give him a headache. Now, there were 2 3-star mercenaries and Cao Hongtu. This was getting troublesome. Mind you, the abilities of Sheng Luo and the other 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors shouldn't be underestimated since they were able to build a universe civilization, even if it was just low tier. Cao Hongtu was just a 2-star mercenary. He was still some distance away from the other party. Cao Hongtu wasn't weak. He grew up in the Great Qian Empire, so his background was more powerful than ordinary martial warriors. However, martial warriors like Sheng Luo, who climbed up from the grassroots, had their extraordinary points. This was the difference between a genius born in a civilian family and one born in an elite family. Sheng Luo and the 2 other Heaven Stage martial warriors were geniuses born in ordinary families. How do you still have the face to speak after getting captured by me at this old age? Wang Ting slapped Sheng Luo's head. You. Sheng Luo staggered and glared at Wang Ting. He was a Heaven Stage martial warrior, much older than Wang Ting's grandfather's grandfather. Yet, he got slapped in the head. He couldn't bear it. It was infuriating. The other people were shocked, especially Cloet and the Cosmos Stage martial warriors. They wanted to say something at first, but all of them remained quiet. It would be embarrassing if they got slapped by Wang Ting on the head. Actually, there wasn't much dignity left in them at this stage. As for Argus and the youngsters, nothing much could be said. They were still doubting themselves and feeling that their world had collapsed. On the other hand, Loggins felt a little better after seeing President Sheng Luo getting slapped. Comparisons were scary. The beating he received from Wang Ting in the past was nothing. Well, even President Sheng Luo had suffered in that bastard's hands. Wang Ting, that's the giant horn race. They're born with metal force and have great talent. They're extremely sensitive to metal force and will reach the celestial stage once they become an adult, Roundball suddenly said. Giant horn race. Wang Ting was stunned. Races that had their own names were all powerful. The other party must possess something special for Roundball to warn him like this. The last one isn't simple either. He seems to be a Luke. Roundball frowned as it looked at the other Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin. It was a little uncertain. Luke. Wang Ting furrowed his brows again. He was a little puzzled. Is there anything special about this Luke? He guessed that the Lukes weren't a simple race either. Lukes possess a powerful disguise and transforming talent. They're sly and hard to deal with. Think about it, they can turn into the faces of familiar people and lurk around you without you knowing. Isn't that dangerous? Roundball explained hurriedly. Disguise talent. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. This special talent is great. It will be great to get this attribute from him. As for the danger, he wasn't worried. He had previous experiences of putting on a disguise and sneaking attacks on people. He was well versed in it. Besides, they were on guard, so the other party wouldn't be able to sneak their way in. Roundball felt that it was playing the lute to a cow. Wang Ting looked strange. Why did he seem excited? I'm not sure. This Heaven Stage martial warrior looks a little different from a normal Luke. He looks similar yet different. Is he a half-breed? Roundball hesitated again. You're not sure? Wang Ting felt disappointed instantly. He was happy for nothing. Roundball, it was reminding Wang Ting that his opponents were difficult to deal with, so he should be careful. Yet, he looked disappointed when he heard that the other party might not be a Luke. Did he think that his opponent was too weak? It felt that it couldn't understand what Wang Ting was thinking. Boom, boom, boom. The spacecraft trembled. The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors had started attacking Flaming River. Force attacks slammed on the Flaming River one after another. It created some impact on the defense shield of the spacecraft. Alert! Defense shield is 0. 1% damage. Alert. Defense shield is 0. 11% damage. Alert. Defense shield is 0. 12% damage. The alert echoed in the main control room of the spacecraft. However, no one panicked. Instead, all of them wore strange expressions on their faces. Sheng Luo and company's faces turned black. What kind of spacecraft was this? 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors were hurling attacks at it, but they only caused 0.1% damage to the shield. That wasn't all. What was with that 0.1% of damage at the end? It felt a little offensive. This small amount of damage couldn't even keep up with the self-recovery speed of the spacecraft's defense shield. Sheng Luo and the others were in despair again. He was tormenting them. Brother Wang Ting, are they warming up? Lin Chuxia asked in a daze. No, they're trying to tickle the spacecraft. Everyone, what do you mean by tickling the spacecraft? Do you have to stimulate us like this? If the Heaven Stage martial warriors knew that their full-blown attacks were treated as tickles, they might have a mental breakdown. Let me go out and meet them. And Lan was itching for some action. Everyone was shocked. There are 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors outside and only you alone. It's not an easy fight, Roundball said. You can go out. I'll use the spacecraft to cover you. Wang Ting touched his chin and nodded after some consideration. How could he get attribute bubbles if there wasn't a fight? This was the reason why he didn't stop and Lan. Haha, let me test the ability of these 2 3-star mercenaries. I didn't have my fill the other time, and Lan replied with a smile. Sheng Luo, did I offend you? Why are you mocking me when I'm already a prisoner? Wang Ting opened the cabin door. Outside. The 3 martial warriors attacked for some time before realizing that they were too naive. They had no chance of breaking the defense shield. Just as they were feeling exasperated, the cabin door opened, lifting their emotions. A figure came out like a shooting star and landed in front of the martial warrior with horns. Mecha race. The Heaven Stage martial warrior with horns stared at An Lan in surprise. Cao Hongtu and the martial warrior with green skin wanted to rush forward, but Flaming River launched an attack at that moment. Boom. 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 The force cannons crashed into them, throwing them back. Attack the spacecraft. Leave this mecha to me, the martial warrior with horns shouted. Cao Hongtu and the Heaven Stage martial warrior with green skin were enraged. They roared and charged at the spacecraft. Boom, 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 fierce attacks landed on the spacecraft. On the other side, An Lan was staring his opponent in the eye. Their aura kept climbing. No one said anything. Boom. In the next instant, the 2 figures disappeared and shot toward each other like 2 beams of light. Wang Ting saw the golden beam of light and finally understood why An Lan wanted to fight with this martial warrior. Both of them were metal element martial warriors. The giant horn race possessed powerful metal talent at birth. An Lan would be able to achieve a breakthrough faster by battling with such opponents. The giant's weapons were 2 enormous blades. When he slashed them down, a unique golden aura oozed out and pasted itself on the surface of the blade. It formed a strong and powerful golden blade glow that cut through the air with its formidable strength. So powerful. The leader of martial arts, Dan Taixian, the heads of the nations, and the younger generations, such as Bailey Qingfeng and Han Zhu, all widened their eyes in awe. They couldn't help but gasp. This was the power of the Heaven Stage. One attack could destroy a planet. This wasn't a joke. Very soon, An Lan and the giant activated their domains and collided in outer space. No one could see what was happening inside. Sheng Luo and the others felt nervous. If their martial warrior was defeated, their hopes would be dashed. Fortunately, Wang Teng possessed the eyes of essence and the spiritual sight, so he could observe the fight. Huh! Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Round Ball asked quickly. It looks like the giant horn race will lose soon. A smile crept up the edge of Wang Teng's lips. Everyone was stunned. How did he know what was happening inside when they couldn't see anything? How do you know? Round Ball asked curiously. Wang Ting smiled without giving a reply. Round Ball was frustrated. Well, Wang Ting saw that Enlan's domain had reached the 7th level, the same level as Sheng Luo's. But his black metal domain was undeniably more powerful. Sheng Luo noticed it too. He squinted, and his expression turned ugly. He was dumbstruck. With his power, it wasn't hard to see that Enlan had achieved a breakthrough. However, Wang Ting was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How did he know? Boom. A few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred and the giant's domain shattered. A figure was thrown out of it, vomiting blood as he flew through the air. Chapter 1109. This bastard has a black heart. Tu Jin loss. Sheng Luo's pupils constricted. His features all scrunched up when he saw the person who lost. Everyone from the Olent Federation was appalled. They were filled with disbelief. Between Heaven Lord Tu Jin, Heaven Lord Bartlett, and President Sheng Luo, Heaven Lord Tu Jin was the strongest, followed by President Sheng Luo and then Heaven Lord Bartlett. But now, President Sheng Luo was captured and Heaven Lord Tu Jin lost. Their hopes were slowly wiped out by this bunch of earthlings. How's this possible? Argus and the other young ones turned pale, their minds going black. They couldn't accept this result. Wang Ting looked at their expression and gave a cold smile. Then, he scanned the battlefield outside and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Metal, *9000 Constellation Force, Metal, *10,000 Celestial Realm Spirit *1200 Celestial Realm Spirit *2400 Metal Domain *4000 Black Metal Domain *6000 Metal Ultima *6000 Metal Gash Blade Skill *3000. As expected of the attribute bubbles from Heaven Stage martial warriors, Wang Ting was thrilled. He sucked in the bubbles happily. He received 19,000 points of metal force in total. Although this wasn't enough for a breakthrough, his metal force rose greatly. Then, there were 3,600 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. This was a sizable gain. His spirit had reached 36,100 points. Spirit, 361,050,000, Celestial Realm. This powerful spirit caused his spiritual power to strengthen tremendously. It was at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm. With his spiritual kinesis, which was at the small achievement stage, he could use multiple spiritual weapons at once. One golden crescent blade wasn't enough for him to showcase his full potential. He also received 4,000 points of metal domain and 6,000 points of black metal domain. Both of them were powerful domains, especially the black metal domain. It was many times stronger than the normal metal domain. The giant got defeated because his domain was weaker than Enlan's. Metal domain, 1253,000, 3rd rank, black metal domain, 2004,000, 4th rank. A large amount of knowledge and enlightenment regarding the domain swarmed into Wang Ting's mind. There were many similarities between the metal domain and the black metal domain. After all, the black metal domain was a combination of the metal domain and spiritual power. He closed his eyes to absorb and digest this knowledge. Within a few seconds, his metal domain rose from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank while his black metal domain jumped from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. Wang Ting opened his eyes. A golden glimmer flashed past them. Sheng Luo, who had been observing him all this while, noticed the change immediately. There was a tinge of astonishment on his face. Domain. Wang Ting had grasped the domain. This was unbelievable. What was even unbelievable was that he grasped the idea after watching a fight between two Heaven Stage martial warriors. Grasping a domain was extremely difficult. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors had to spend a lot of time and effort to understand it. Yet Wang Ting got it after watching a single fight. How could there be someone like him? Was he the unparalleled genius that only existed in legends? Yes, he must be. This must be why a high-tier civilization like the Great Qian Empire allowed this earthling to inherit the Baron title. Sheng Luo felt that he had found the crux of the issue. Unfortunately, it was too late. Suddenly, bitterness surged into his heart without control. If a talent like him entered his Saint Star Pagoda, they might be able to get amazing benefits in the future. Unfortunately, he destroyed this possibility with his own hand. The golden glow in Wang Ting's eyes disappeared quickly. Feeling delighted, he let out a small sigh. The increase in the strength of these two domains was huge. Most importantly, he was at the celestial stage, but he had already grasped the power of domain and they were at the 3rd and 4th rank. Even a talent from a high-tier civilization might not possess such powerful domains. Lastly, Wang Ting had two surprise gains. One was the metal ultima and the other was a battle technique called the metal gash blade skill. Wang Ting didn't have the metal ultima, but he had it now. Knowledge about this ultima floated in his mind. He absorbed them quickly. Metal ultima, 1205,000, 5th level, 6,000 points of metal ultima pushed this attribute to the 5th level directly. This was quite scary. Finally, Wang Ting looked at the metal gash blade skill. The outline of a person appeared in his mind. This figure was practicing a powerful blade technique. This was a heaven stage battle technique. Wang Ting was ecstatic. He thought that it would be a cosmos stage technique, but it was a level higher. This was his first heaven stage battle technique. There were many powerful battle techniques left by Flaming River Universe Lord. Some of them were even in the universe stage, but Wang Ting was only at the celestial stage. He couldn't use them. Heaven stage battle techniques were his limit. Moreover, he got it by picking up attributes, so the understanding process was easier. He didn't need to spend too much time. That was good. Metal gash blade skill, 2000-3000, well versed. Wang Ting looked out of the spacecraft after counting his gains. Cao Hongtu and the other heaven stage martial warrior had given up attacking the Flaming River and rushed to the giant horn race martial warrior. "How are you?" Cao Hongtu asked. He was in a bad mood. He lost after all the boasting he did. What the hell was this? Tu Jin felt worse when he detected the change in Cao Hongtu's voice. He spat out a mouth of blood and said, "Damn it, that Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior is very powerful. What should we do now? We can't enter the spacecraft and can't win against the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. We don't have a chance." Bartlett furrowed his brows. Just when they were in a dilemma, Wang Teng's voice floated out of Flaming River. "Hey, I can give you a chance." The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors felt uncomfortable. 3 of them needed a chance from a Celestial Stage martial warrior. Unfortunately, they couldn't beat the circumstances. Heaven Lord Bartlett opened his mouth first. "What do you want? Give me Cao Hongtu and I'll let the Olent Federation go. What do you think?" Wang Teng said calmly. Cao Hongtu's heart sank. He almost fumed in anger. This brat was a bastard. How could he come up with such an evil plan? He felt even more anxious when he saw Tu Jin and Bartlett's gazes. "Don't listen to him. He wants to break us up," Cao Hongtu warned. "Think about it. If you don't do this, I can just spend a little more time destroying your planet. Do you think you can win?" Wang Teng continued. Tu Jin and Bartlett's expressions changed. They started to hesitate. They had to admit that Wang Ting was telling the truth. Tu Jin was defeated. They had no chance of success. Well, if Wang Ting came out of the spacecraft, they might be able to take him down with their combined efforts. You guys are his enemies. He came with the purpose of destroying the Olent planet. Do you think he'll give up so easily? Cao Hongtu shouted in a hurry. He had a strong desire to live. Tu Jin and Bartlett reacted in time. Their faces turned green. F***K, they were almost fooled. "Sigh, you didn't fall for the trap," Wang Teng said in exasperation when he realized that his plan didn't work. Tu Jin, Bartlett, F***ku. This bastard had a black heart. The leader of martial arts and the other people in the spacecraft were speechless too. They almost believed him because of his resolute tone. Well, there's no other choice. Wang Ting's tone changed from light-hearted to cold and icy. "I can only kill you." How arrogant. The 2 Heaven Lords were infuriated. They almost got fooled by this young brat, and now, he was looking down on them. Did he really think that he could kill them? Wang Ting flew out of the spacecraft and appeared in space. His opponents were elated. Young brat, I might not have been able to kill you if you had stayed in the spacecraft, but you decided to come out. It's time for you to die. Kill him. Tu Jin and Bartlett dashed toward Wang Ting with sinister smiles. Boom. 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 The flaming river behind Wang Ting fired multiple shots. They flew toward the enemies like a flaming net. The two Heaven Lords were astounded. They executed their battle techniques to block the attacks. Lan, hold them back, Wang Ting said in a low voice. Lan's face turned black. This young man was thinking too highly of him. He wanted him to hold 3 enemies back at once. However, he knew that Wang Ting probably had a plan. How long? 5 minutes. Okay, I can do that. Lan nodded. He darted toward the 3 opponents. The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors escaped from the cannon attacks and were just in time to welcome Lan. They heard their conversation too. Cao Hongtu scoffed. Do you think that a celestial stage martial warrior can defeat us? What a joke. Lan kept quiet. With a sweep of his hand, the 1,000 armaments vessel split into multiple parts. There was a golden shine on all of them. He placed his domain power on the 1,000 armaments vessel in the form of black thin threads as he floated toward his enemies. A divine spirit master might be powerful, but it's stupid of you to divide your spiritual weapon just to stop us. Tu Jin had fought with Lan before, so he knew how powerful the 1,000 armaments vessel was. But that was when it was in one piece. When it was split up, the power would be divided, and it would become much weaker. Boom. 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 An intense battle between 4 Heaven Stage martial warriors erupted in space. It was fortunate that Tu Jin was heavily injured. He could only execute 30% of his normal strength. If not, Lan would have a harder time. Wang Ting acted immediately. He activated his space physique, and the space power in his body spread to the emptiness around him. This was the first time he had used his space power after his space physique reached the 3rd rank. Let Olent Federation taste the power of my space physique. Chapter 11:10, Feel the Pain. 1. In outer space. Wang Ting floated in mid-air. His thick black hair was dancing furiously as if it was blown by an invisible force. Thick space power intertwined around him and seeped into his surroundings. However, this fluctuation only occurred within half a meter of him. Other people couldn't detect anything. In the spacecraft, the leader of martial arts and the others stared at him curiously. What's Wang Ting planning to do? The old president of Jinlin University asked curiously. I don't know. It's dangerous for him to go out like this. The leader of martial arts shook his head helplessly. He asked the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior to hold back the opponents, so he should have some plans up his sleeve. Dan Taixian contemplated before speaking. She stared at Wang Ting with her beautiful eyes. However, his opponents are 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Wang Ting is only at the celestial stage, the leader of martial arts replied with a bitter smile. That fellow will never put himself in danger. Don't think too much. Round Ball rolled its eyes. It didn't follow Wang Ting out. Instead, it stayed back to control the spacecraft. The universe-level spacecraft was powerful, but its operation was complex too. It needed a powerful intelligent life form like Round Ball that was good in calculation. You're right. He's a smart person. He won't put himself in danger. The leader of martial arts gave a bitter smile. Sheng Luo and the others frowned. Wang Ting was an abnormality. He wouldn't rush out for nothing. Tu Jin and Bartlett must defeat the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior or accidents might happen. He's looking for death. How dare he run out to interfere in Lord Tu Jin's battle with his ability? Loggins snorted when he heard the Earthlings' discussion. He's just lucky to get this powerful spacecraft. He'll be fine if he hides in the spacecraft. Why did he have to go out and seek his own death? Does he really think he's somebody? Argus said in contempt. The Earthlings were furious at their comments. They glared at Argus and Loggins coldly. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out and arrived in front of them. What do you want? Loggins stared at the person and scoffed. Slap. A loud and clear sound echoed in the spacecraft. 1 slap per person. Argus and Loggins were stunned. They didn't know what was happening. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the small figure in a daze. She had to tiptoe to slap the 2 young men, and she looked like someone easy to bully. However, her actions were sharp and precise. Chuxia. Lin Chuhan exclaimed in shock, staring at her sister in disbelief. Although these 2 were irritating, she didn't expect Lin Chuxia to slap them directly. This was out of her expectations. It doesn't feel that good. Lin Chuxia glanced at their swollen faces and commented in disappointment. Everyone, was this young lady a devil? She slapped them until their faces swelled up, but she still scorned them. Wasn't this a little too much? Fart. Dan Taishen chuckled. She looked at the young lady with interest. This young lady learns well from Wang Ting. The leader of martial arts was caught between laughter and tears. However, he had to admit that Dan Taishen was right. He saw signs of Wang Ting on this lady. Argus and Loggins regained their senses. They held their handsome faces and shouted in anger and embarrassment with bloodshot eyes, "How dare you hit us?" Lin Chuxia gave them a reserved smile and took out 2 force guns. She pasted it against their foreheads and said innocently, "Not only do I dare to slap you, but I also dare to kill you." Argus, Loggins, a drop of cold sweat dripped down their forehead, their gazes flickering. They were furious, but they didn't dare to speak. Although this young girl looked cute and pretty, her heart was as black as that bastard Wang Ting. They weren't the only ones surprised. Even Lin Chuhan, who was close to Lin Chuxia, found her cold-blooded sister a little unfamiliar. She wasn't like this normally. That's right. A prisoner should act like one. If you dare to talk bad about brother Wang Ting again, I'll shoot you. Lin Chuxia kept her guns after she noticed that these 2 young men were too afraid to speak. She gave a sweet smile. Sweet, your head. Argus and Loggins were screaming angrily in their hearts. Lin Chuhan stared at her sister with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she wondered if she should learn from her sister. This was a useful method to deal with bad guys. Yes, she should learn from her sister. Wang Ting didn't know that Lin Chuhan had started to go astray. Outside, the spatial fluctuation around Wang Ting became increasingly violent. It had formed visible fluctuations in the air as it spread out. The fluctuations slowly spread to 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Cracking sounds were heard continuously. There seemed to be an invisible hand clenching the space. The space around him couldn't withstand the pressure and started cracking. It sounded nerve-wracking. What's happening? Some distance away, the Heaven Stage martial warriors who were fighting finally noticed something amiss. They glanced over. Why is there such a powerful spatial fluctuation? Bartlett asked in a serious tone. What other trump cards does he have? Cao Hongtu's expression changed. He had an ominous feeling. Space power? This fluctuation seems more powerful than the skill he used to defeat Sheng Luo. And Lan was astounded. He was filled with anticipation. Chapter 11:11, Feel the Pain. 2. Under everyone's gazes, terrifying cracks started to appear around Wang Ting without any warning. Even in the pitch-black universe, these cracks were conspicuous. One could see them at a single glance. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew out of the cracks. It started spinning around Wang Ting under the guidance of some invisible force. The wind started slowly at first, but it sped up at a visible speed. Within a few seconds, it turned into a strong gale. Stop him! Tu Jin shouted. His expression changed when he saw his scene. Bartlett and Cao Hongtu felt their hair standing too. They wanted to break free from An Lan to stop Wang Ting. Are you trying to leave? An Lan smirked. He controlled the 1,000 armaments vessel to the best of his ability and stalled his 3 opponents. Get out! Bartlett roared in anger. The sword in his hand released a sharp glow, and he slashed it at An Lan. Boom! 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 The battle turned even more intense. An Lan was getting exhausted from fighting the 3 of them. At the same time, The wind around Wang Ting started spinning at a fast speed. The space had collapsed, giving way to an empty patch. Spatial power gathered around him, releasing a terrifying fluctuation. The latest _epi_sods are on the website. A storm was coming. The space power had turned into a tornado, and Wang Ting's figure was hidden within it. Boom! Shrill cries of the wind spooked the spectators. A violent suction force exuded out of the tornado and spread toward his surroundings. The meteoroids some distance away got sucked over. Even the broken parts of the destroyed battlecraft were swept into the tornado. This spatial fluctuation is scary. The people in the spacecraft were shocked and filled with disbelief. This is the move. The leader of martial arts and Dan Taixian recognized it, having seen it before. Wang Teng relied on this move to injure the windstorm giant ape and save Dong Hai. They still had lingering fears when they recalled that scene. The pupils of Sheng Luo and the Cosmos Stage martial warriors started constricting. They were appalled. It was as if they had seen a ghost. How did he learn this terrifying skill? Sheng Luo couldn't believe his eyes. His hands were trembling. Argus and the others turned pale in the face. They felt a sense of fear. At the start, Wang Ting was just a planetary stage martial warrior like them, maybe even weaker. It hadn't been long, but he had already become so powerful. This gave them a huge blow. Damn it, Wang Ting is making a huge move. Retreat, retreat. Visit for a better user experience. Roundball reacted and hurriedly piloted the spacecraft to move back. Their spacecraft was too near. It would definitely be affected by that scary space attack. The defense shield of the universe-level spacecraft was powerful, but it was expensive too. Every minute of activation required money. If the defense shield got damaged by a powerful attack, the funds to maintain it would skyrocket. The activation of this flaming river already required money. Roundball felt its heart aching for Wang Teng's wallet. Under Roundball's control, the flaming river retreated a few thousand kilometers before it finally stopped. At this moment, the space tornado had expanded greatly and was still growing. 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters, it continued to expand. Numerous meteoroids got sucked, smashed, and turned into countless broken bits. They spun violently in the tornado like powerful bombs. One small piece of the broken meteoroid was enough to destroy the physical body of a martial warrior. Tu Jin, Bartlett, and Cao Hongtu were flabbergasted. They stared at the tornado as it expanded without stopping. Even their souls were shivering in fear. Frightening, scary, petrifying. They were truthfully scared. How did Wang Ting learn this appalling move? They couldn't believe what was happening. They were thunderstruck and felt cold all over. Visit for a better user experience. How did this happen? Cao Hongtu's mouth was dry. Only fear was left in his heart as he stared at the tornado. He didn't think that one day, he would be frightened by Wang Ting. Let's leave. Retreat. Tu Jin and Bartlett shouted. They ignored Lan and turned back to run away. Cao Hongtu gritted his teeth. Although he felt unwilling, he could only give up. He shot back at a fast speed and ran away. They lost all courage to resist in front of this terrifying space tornado. Don't leave. Let's continue fighting. Lan appeared and stopped them. Move. The three Heaven Stage martial warriors bellowed. They hurled their attacks at Lan frantically. F***K, you must have gone crazy. Lan jumped in fright. He didn't dare to receive the attacks directly, dodging to the side. At this moment, a giant explosion took place. Flaming River had launched its attack on the three Heaven Stage martial warriors. Their paths of retreat were blocked by the gunfire. The Heaven Stage martial warriors got agitated. Their lives were in danger every second. They were doomed. The trio quickly broke free from Flaming River's attacks. They didn't dare to waste any time and ran away with ugly expressions. You can't escape. Visit. For the best no_vel_read_ experience, a cold voice rang behind them. It exploded in their ears and caused their expressions to change entirely. They turned back involuntarily. Their pupils turned into needles, and their faces paled. A bone-chilling tornado was sweeping toward them, boring down on them like a huge net. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.